Welcome back, night wanderers. Tonight's story doesn't come from a haunted house or a cursed object. It comes from somewhere closer, much closer. Tonight we open a story about family, about trust, about the terrifying things that can hide behind a familiar face, and how sometimes madness isn't madness at all. He was just a boy when the trouble started. They said he was sick, dissociative, dangerous in a quiet way, but harmless as long as he was monitored. He kept a notebook, scribbled names, places, practice runs, he called them. No one took it seriously, not until a local woman went missing, and her name and her date were already written down. But this isn't a case with answers. There was no arrest, no charges, no headlines, just questions. And, recently, an earring, hidden in the attic. So before we start, take a moment to subscribe and let me know in the comments where you're listening from tonight, if you're still comfortable doing that. Now, settle in, and remember, sometimes the scariest monsters don't crawl out from under the bed. Sometimes they grow up in the room next to yours. People always say hindsight is sharp, like a blade, but that is not true. Hindsight is soft, blurry, unreliable. You start looking back, trying to see the shape of something you missed, and suddenly everything looks like a clue. Even the things that were just nothing. A mood, a bad day, an odd phrase. I grew up thinking my brother was sick. That is what the doctors said. That is what our parents told us. He was quiet, withdrawn, detached from everything around him. At first they thought it was just shyness. Then came the night terrors, the blank stares, the violent drawings. After that, it became a rotating cycle of therapists, assessments, and medications with names I could never remember. He was never officially diagnosed with anything solid. That is what made it worse. It was always vague, dissociative tendencies, borderline symptoms, atypical emotional responses. We learned to speak around it like it was a fog no one could name. Sometimes they called it a condition. Other times it was a phase. The word our mom used most was episode. Like it was weather. Like it would pass. We lived in a narrow old house in a village outside Leeds. Nothing dramatic. Just a two-story brick with creaky stairs and low ceilings. I remember how cold the floorboards always felt in winter. My brother's room was at the top of the stairs, across from mine. He kept the door closed, always. It was not locked, just closed. But even as a kid, I never wanted to open it. He had this notebook, a thick spiral-bound one with a black cover. He wrote in it every day. I thought it was a journal. I asked once what he was writing, and he said, "Practice runs." When I asked what that meant, he just looked at me and blinked. Not like he was confused. More like he didn't understand why I would ask. I was 12 when I first looked inside it. I had come home early from school, and he was out for a therapy session. The notebook was sitting on his desk. It felt wrong to touch it, but I did. I flipped through the pages expecting poetry or strange ramblings. It wasn't like that. It was lists. Dates, times, names, descriptions of people he had never met, at least not that I knew. What they were wearing, where they had gone. Sometimes a comment like, "Too soon," or "Not this one." The tone was detached, not emotional, not excited or scared, just methodical. There was one entry I remember word for word. It said, 17:30, red coat, waits at the station for 30 minutes, weak ankles, window seat, no umbrella. I thought it was nonsense, or maybe just fragments of dreams. I was old enough to know his brain didn't work like everyone else's, but I was not old enough to know what patterns looked like. He never got violent, if that is what you're wondering. Not in the way people expect. No yelling, no throwing things. He never hit me, never hit our parents. But there was something cold about him. Something so still it made you nervous. If he was in the room, it changed the way you sat, the way you breathed. The doctors said he lacked emotional mirroring. That was the phrase they used, which meant if you cried in front of him, he didn't react. If you laughed, he didn't smile. It wasn't rudeness. It was just emptiness. After a while, they stopped sending him away. He had aged out of most programs. Nothing had worked. Our parents set up a sort of routine for him. He stayed home, went for walks, read constantly, filled notebooks. Then last year, a woman disappeared. Her name was Lydia. She lived 4 streets over, late 20s, teacher. She was walking home from the pub one Friday and never arrived. The whole town was shaken. It was the kind of place where people leave doors unlocked and wave at each other from their cars. Disappearances don't happen here. There were flyers everywhere. Police canvassed the area. News vans parked near the roundabout. They found her handbag by the canal, but nothing else. No body, no evidence, no arrests. A few days after the news broke, my brother came into the kitchen while I was making tea. He asked if I still went through his things. It was a strange question. I hadn't touched his stuff in years. I told him no. He just nodded and walked away. Later that night, I went into his room, not to snoop, just to check. That sounds weak, but it's the truth. There was something in his voice I couldn't shake. The notebook was still there, a newer one now. Different color, but same handwriting. I flipped through the first few pages and froze. Lydia's name was there, dated 2 weeks before she vanished. The same date, same coat description, the exact phrase, "Waits by the pub at 22:10, written in the margin, underlined. I sat on the floor with the notebook open in my lap and felt the room stretch away from me. I wanted to tell someone, my mom, the police, anyone, but something stopped me. Because I still believed, at least partly, that he was sick, that he didn't know what he was doing, that maybe it was a coincidence, maybe he saw her and wrote it down and forgot. Maybe the doctor had an explanation. I told myself all of that. Until last week. I was up in the attic, clearing out old boxes for my mum. I found a tin of my brother's things from when he was little. Toys, school reports, old books. And at the very bottom, a small envelope. Inside was a single gold earring. It was delicate, the kind you only wear on nights out. I recognized it immediately, not because it was ours, but because I had seen it in the photo the police used on the flyers. Lydia was wearing them. I held it in my palm, heart racing, and I finally stopped making excuses. My brother wasn't confused. He was practicing. I didn't tell anyone about the earring, not right away. I know how that sounds. I get how that makes me look. But when I found it, up there in the attic, in the palm of my hand with the dust still clinging to the velvet pouch, all I could feel was cold. Not fear, not even shock. Just cold, all over, like my blood had stopped moving. I sat there for a long time, crouched by that tin box with its plastic toys and old crayons, staring at the tiny piece of gold like it might change shape if I waited long enough. I kept thinking, maybe it's not hers. That was my first thought. Maybe it's a copy, maybe it's similar. Maybe it belonged to Mom or Gran or one of our cousins. People lose things all the time. It's just an earring. But I knew better. Lydia's face had been on every lamppost in our village, on every news report, on the flyers shoved through our letterbox. I had stared at her photo too many times. I had seen what she was wearing. The earrings were the most recognizable part of it. Gold teardrops with a tiny red stone at the center. The one in my hand was identical. I don't even remember putting it back in the envelope. I just know that one moment it was in my hand, and the next I was tucking the envelope into the pocket of my hoodie and slowly backing down the attic ladder, like if I made too much noise. Something upstairs might wake up. My brother was in the kitchen when I came down, making tea, calm as anything. He looked over at me and nodded, didn't say a word, just went back to stirring his mug. I felt my legs twitch under me, like my body was trying to leave before my brain gave permission. I sat at the table across from him. I still don't know why. Maybe because leaving would have made it too real, or maybe I just wanted to look at him. Really look. He had always been pale, but not sickly, just washed out, like someone had drained the color from him a bit at a time. His eyes were pale too, not blue, not gray, something between. He looked tired, but never exhausted, detached but never vacant, and now, knowing what I knew, I realized something awful. He looked at peace. He stirred his tea twice more, then tapped the spoon on the edge of the cup. "Find anything interesting?" he asked. I couldn't speak. He didn't wait for an answer, just picked up his mug, turned, and walked out of the room. That night I didn't sleep. I kept playing out every possible scenario in my head. If I told Mom, what would she say? Would she believe me? Would she blame herself? Would she say he needed help again? What if she tried to protect him? If I went to the police, would they believe me? Would they even take the earring seriously without DNA? Would they want the notebook? Would I have to explain why I waited? What if he found out? The next day, I called in sick to work and sat in the garden for most of the morning. The envelope was still in my pocket. I couldn't bring myself to open it again. Around noon, I made my decision. I walked back into the house, into his room. He wasn't home. I don't know where he had gone. I didn't care. I needed to see if there was more, something that would remove all doubt. The notebook was still there on the desk. Same spiral binding, same black cover. I opened it. He had started a new section. This one wasn't just names or times. It had sketches, diagrams, floor plans. They weren't detailed, just rough layouts. But one of them looked familiar. I tilted the page and realized it was a map of the local park. The footpath, the pond, the bench near the hedge. He had marked a path with a red pen. Next to it, in his neat, almost mechanical handwriting, was a note. Wednesday, blue jacket, dog route, back gate unlocked. I felt like I was reading someone else's thoughts, or like I had stepped into a room I was never meant to be in. There were more pages, one for each day, always the same structure: location, clothing, time, sometimes a sketch, sometimes a rating. too visible, too loud. Rain interfered, like he was scoring them, measuring success. And then I saw it. A name I recognized. My name. There was a single entry with my name at the top, underlined twice. No date, just a list of observations. Routine consistent, leaves room at 8, walks to co-op on Sunday, keeps key in front coat pocket, sleeps on right side, hears hallway floorboards, avoids eye contact. I stopped breathing. I read it again and again. My hands were sweating. I didn't want to touch the pages anymore, but I couldn't put it down. At the bottom, he had written one last sentence. Knows too much. That was it. No detail, no action plan. Just that. Knows too much. I put the notebook back. I made sure every page was exactly where I found it. I closed the door gently behind me. And then I left the house. I didn't take my bag or my charger or even my keys. I just walked until I couldn't see our house anymore. Until I was in the next town over, standing in front of a police station with my hand still wrapped around the envelope in my pocket. I stood there for a long time. Then I turned around. I didn't go inside. I walked to the train station and sat on the bench until the next train came. And I kept the envelope in my coat. I sat on the train for 2 full stops before I realized I had nowhere to go. No plan, no bag, no money, except what I had stuffed in my coat pocket out of habit. Just a one-way escape from a house I had grown up in and could no longer look at the same way. There were only 5 other people in the carriage, an older couple reading newspapers, a teenager with headphones, a woman tapping out a message on her phone with one hand and holding a coffee with the other. All of them completely normal, all of them unaware of the fact that I was sitting among them holding something that felt like it was pulsing in my pocket. The earring. Still inside the envelope. Still buried in the fold of my coat like it might burn a hole if I thought about it too hard. I got off at a place I did not know, a name I had heard before but never actually visited. It was quiet. One bakery, one pub, one petrol station with the lights half out. I walked the streets for an hour and ended up sitting on the edge of a cold fountain in the town square, staring at the ground like I was waiting for someone to walk past and tell me what to do. My phone had been vibrating in my pocket for the last 20 minutes. I knew without checking that it was Mum, probably wondering where I had gone, probably asking if I had seen my brother, probably trying not to sound worried. I didn't answer. I didn't call back. Instead, I checked the envelope again, took the earring out carefully, and looked at it in the sunlight. It was small, lighter than I remembered. I rolled it between my fingers, trying to imagine what it had looked like on her ear. The girl from the flyers, the woman who vanished, the one who smiled for a camera in a photo no one would have ever paid attention to until she stopped coming home. I put the earring back in the envelope and zipped it into the inside pocket of my coat. And then I went home. I know how that sounds, like I was too weak to do the right thing, like I let fear win. But it wasn't that. It was something deeper, something worse. I wanted to see what he would do next. It's not easy to admit that. But once you've seen a secret that big, a part of you wants to see how far it goes. Not because you approve, not because you agree, but because the mystery wraps around your spine like a rope and starts pulling. When I walked back through the front door, Mum looked up from the kitchen and her face flooded with relief. She asked where I had been, said she had been worried sick, and then scolded me for not answering her messages. I told her I just needed air, that I had felt overwhelmed, that it was nothing serious. She made tea, sat across from me like she had when I was little, and would come home from school too quiet. I asked if he was home. She nodded, said he was upstairs, reading. Same as always. I didn't go up. I went to my room and locked the door. And then I waited. The next few days passed like fog. Nothing obvious happened. No new names appeared on the news. No missing persons. No police at the door. My brother didn't mention anything. Didn't ask if I had touched his notebook. Didn't even look at me for more than a second or two at a time. But I knew he knew. The way he moved around the house changed. It became smoother, like he was aware of the floorboards, the angles of the doors, the places where shadows fell and where they didn't. He had always been strange, but now he was careful. That is when I realized the most terrifying part of all this. He had been pretending for years. The detached look, the stillness, the unblinking eyes, the endless scribbling. We had all called it illness, but what if it wasn't? What if it was training? What if the notebooks weren't symptoms, but plans? I started watching him the way I thought he had watched others. I tracked when he left the house, when he came back, where he went, who he spoke to. I never followed him. I wasn't that brave, but I wrote everything down, just in case. He started carrying a new notebook. Smaller, fits in a jacket pocket. I only caught a glimpse of it once. He was writing while waiting for toast to pop up, standing at the counter with his back to me. The corner of the page had a number circled at the top, just a number. I could not make out the rest. Later, I went into his room again. This time, I took photos of the older notebook with my phone. Every page, every entry. I sent the files to myself, then deleted them from the device. If I was going to say something, I needed evidence. Real, physical evidence. The notebook was damning, but it still wasn't proof of a crime. That is what kept stopping me. That, and the feeling that I had already crossed some invisible line, that I had become part of something just by knowing it existed. One morning, maybe 4 days later, I went downstairs and found him at the kitchen table. He was waiting for me. There was tea already poured. He never made tea. He said we should talk. My stomach went cold. He didn't say what about. Just that we should talk. I sat down. He slid a folded piece of paper across the table toward me. It had my name written on it. The ink was still wet. The paper sat between us like a live wire. I didn't touch it. I didn't even blink at first. I just kept my hands in my lap and stared at my brother, waiting for him to speak. He didn't. He just sat there, calm, polite, like this was something we did every morning. He was even wearing one of his nicer jumpers, the one with the elbow patches. That somehow made it worse. Like he had dressed for this, like he wanted it to feel civil. I finally reached out and picked up the paper. It was folded in half, then half again, creased neatly. When I opened it, I saw 5 words. written in small, exact handwriting. You already opened the attic. That was all. No signature, no questions, no threats. Just the fact, plain and quiet. I folded the paper back up and placed it gently on the table. My heart was racing, my mouth was dry, but on the outside I did not flinch. I looked up and met his eyes. He smiled. Not a full smile, just the corners of his mouth twitching upward, like he was amused or proud. We sat there in silence for maybe 2 minutes. I could hear the boiler ticking on upstairs, the soft hum of the fridge behind me. The kind of silence you normally only notice when you are trying not to make any sound at all. Then he said, "I thought you might." That was it. That was the only thing he said. I asked him what he meant. He tilted his head a little. "The attic," he said. "I always knew you were curious. It was just a matter of time." His voice was steady, pleasant. You could have mistaken him for someone talking about weather. I asked him where the earring came from. He did not answer, just took a sip of his tea and set the cup back down with a soft clink. I asked again, firmer. He looked at me, not confused, not angry, just thoughtful. Then he said, "Does it matter?" That was when I stood up. I pushed the chair back too fast and it scraped loudly against the floor. He didn't move, just kept sitting there like none of this was unusual. I left the kitchen, closed the door behind me, locked myself in the bathroom and tried to breathe. My hands would not stop shaking. He knew. He had known the whole time. That night I stayed in my room. I didn't come down for dinner. Mom knocked once, asked if I was all right. I told her I had a headache. She said she hoped I felt better and left it at that. I kept the folded paper under my pillow. I didn't sleep. Around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Slow, careful. Not the usual thump of someone going to the loo. I sat up in bed and held my breath. The footsteps paused just outside my door, then moved on. The next day, I went to the police. I brought the earring in the envelope. I told them I had found it while cleaning. I didn't mention my brother, not yet. They took it, bagged it, asked for the address, said someone would be in touch. I asked them if it looked familiar. One of them said it matched the description from the missing persons report. But there was no promise, no confirmation. Just another object to test. I walked home with a kind of weight in my chest I had never felt before. Not fear, not guilt, just the knowledge that things were shifting, that the silence was about to end. That evening, my brother knocked on my bedroom door. Not loud, just 2 soft taps. I didn't answer. He slid something under the door. Another piece of paper. This one had a list of names. 3 women. I didn't recognize the first 2. The third was Lydia. Next to each name was a date. All 3 matched the week each of them had gone missing. I picked up the paper and read it 5 times before folding it and hiding it in my desk drawer. I couldn't speak to him. I couldn't look at him. He had given it to me like it was nothing. Not a confession. Not a warning. Just an offering. That weekend, Mom went to visit Gran. She asked if we needed anything. I told her no. My brother smiled and said he was fine. She left Saturday morning and said she'd be back Monday evening. As soon as she was gone, the house felt different. Quieter, but not empty. I stayed in my room most of the day, pretended to be reading, but I kept the lock on and the light off, just in case. Sometime around 7, I went to the kitchen for water. He was there, sitting at the table. Another cup of tea. Another list of names. I asked him what he wanted. He said to be understood. I asked him why he had written everything down. He said because someone needs to remember. I asked him if he felt bad. He said, "Do you?" I left the room, but the question stayed. Do I? I spent the night thinking about that, about what it meant to know and not act, to understand and still stay silent, to protect myself and no one else. He had made it clear he would not stop, and now he had made it clear that I was the only one who knew. The next morning I opened the drawer and pulled out the list. I walked to the police station with it in my hand. This time, I did not wait outside. I went in, and I gave them everything. The notebook photos, the paper from the table, the list, the earring. I told them everything, every word, every detail. Even the part where I had waited. They listened, and for the first time, they believed me. The officers were quiet while I talked. They let me speak without interrupting, which somehow made it worse. I kept waiting for them to stop me, to look at each other, to say something like, "That sounds far-fetched," or "Are you sure you are not exaggerating?" But they didn't. They listened, and that told me more than anything else. After I finished, they took the items carefully, the photocopied notebook pages, the original paper with my name on it, the list with the 3 names and the dates. I watched them seal everything in labeled bags and place them into a box. It felt surreal, like watching someone catalog a nightmare I had barely escaped. Then they asked questions. When did I find the earring? How long had I known? Why had I waited? I answered every one of them. I didn't try to hide anything. I told them the truth, even when it made me look weak. I told them I had been afraid, that I had doubted myself, that I had spent weeks convincing myself that maybe I was wrong. They nodded a lot, wrote things down, asked me to stay nearby, not leave town, just in case they needed to follow up. I left the station feeling like my chest had been hollowed out. I walked home slowly, looking over my shoulder every few blocks, not because I thought he was following me, but because part of me still could not believe I had actually done it. I had turned him in. My brother. The boy I had shared a childhood with. The person who had sat across from me at every birthday, every Christmas. The person our mom still believed just needed time and understanding. I walked into the house and he was there, sitting on the stairs like he had been waiting. I paused in the entryway, not saying a word. He looked up at me and smiled. "Did you give it to them?" he asked. I said yes. He nodded, as if I had just confirmed something he had already guessed. Then he stood up and walked past me, back into the living room, like nothing had changed. No panic, no anger, no raised voice. Just calm acceptance. I stood there in the doorway for a long time, not sure what I had expected. An argument, a breakdown, some kind of confrontation. But he gave me nothing. That night, I locked my bedroom door and pushed the desk in front of it. I kept the lamp on and the curtains closed. My phone was on silent, but I checked it every 10 minutes anyway. No missed calls, no messages. The silence was worse than anything else. The next morning, Mum came home. She had not seen the news yet. She hugged me in the hallway and asked if everything was all right. I told her she should sit down. We went to the kitchen and I made her tea. I could barely hold the kettle steady. I told her everything. She didn't believe me at first. Of course she didn't. She told me I was stressed, that I had misunderstood, that my brother would never hurt anyone, that his notebooks were just a way of managing his thoughts, that he had always been different, but never dangerous. I showed her the printed pages. I told her about the earring. Her hands trembled a little when she saw the handwriting. She didn't cry. She just sat there for a long time, her tea going cold, her eyes fixed on the center of the table. She asked where he was. I said he was upstairs. She went quiet again. Later that afternoon, the police came. They didn't come in with sirens or shouting, just a knock on the door and two quiet men in plain clothes. They asked for him. He came downstairs without being asked twice. He didn't resist. He didn't ask why. He just walked out between them like he had been expecting it for years. Mum didn't say a word as the door closed behind him. After they were gone, she went into his room. I heard her open drawers, pull down boxes from shelves. I didn't go in with her. I couldn't. I sat on the stairs and listened to the sound of her moving through his things. The quiet gasp when she found something, the long silence afterward. She didn't say what she found, but I think it changed her. That night, I found her sitting on the sofa with the lights off. I asked if she was all right. She said she didn't know. Then she asked me something I wasn't ready for. "Do you think he planned it all?" I didn't answer, because I did think that. I thought he had planned every detail, every page, every word, even the part where I found it. Maybe especially that part. He wanted me to see. He wanted to be seen. Maybe that was the point. The following week was quiet. The story made it to the local paper. A short article, no names, just a vague summary of an ongoing investigation. People in town whispered. Neighbors avoided eye contact. No one came to the house, not even family. Mum stayed mostly in her room. I stayed downstairs. The police didn't tell us much, but I got the sense they were beginning to connect things, old files, old names, things that had once been dismissed now given another look. I heard one of them say, "We've needed a break in this for a long time," and I realized how deep it must go. One afternoon, about a week later, I got a letter. No return address. Just my name on the front in that same small exact handwriting. I opened it slowly. Inside was a single sheet of paper. He had drawn something. A small maze. One entrance, no exit. At the bottom he had written 4 words. "You finished it too." I held the letter in my hands for a long time. The paper was smooth, unfolded crisply, like he had just pressed it flat that morning. His handwriting was the same as always, careful, straight, not a single word crossed out. It looked more like it had been printed than written by hand. The maze was small, a square no bigger than the palm of my hand. He had drawn it with a ruler, straight walls, one entrance on the left side. The paths wound tightly, turning in on themselves again and again, but there was no exit. At the bottom, in that same measured script, were the words, "You finished it too." I read it again and again, trying to make sense of it. Was it a threat, a confession, a twisted kind of thank you? I couldn't tell. It felt like him. That was the part I hated the most. Even now, even after all of it, he still had a way of staying inside my head. I folded the letter and placed it in the drawer beside my bed. I didn't want to look at it, but I couldn't bring myself to destroy it either. Not yet. The next morning, I woke to rain. Mom had already left the house. She had started taking long walks after breakfast. She said it helped clear her mind, though she never said what she was thinking about. We talked less now, but not out of anger. We were both tired in the same way. That kind of exhaustion that sits under your skin and doesn't go away no matter how much you sleep. The news about the investigation moved slowly. Most of what I learned came from overheard conversations at the shops or from brief mentions in the local paper. Words like person of interest and pending charges were thrown around, but nothing direct. The police were still building the case. They said it could take months. I didn't ask for updates. I didn't want to see him again. Not in court, not behind glass, not anywhere. He had made his point, and I had made mine. We were done. A few weeks later, a detective called to confirm that the earring I turned in had been positively matched to Lydia. The other names on the list were being reviewed. They said more evidence had been found. A storage unit, a second notebook. I didn't ask what was in it. I didn't want to know. The weight of what he had done sat heavier now. Before, it had been theory, suspicion, horror dressed in maybes and what-ifs. But now it was real, documented, proven. I could not hide behind doubt anymore. He had done those things. And I had lived under the same roof, close enough to hear his footsteps in the hall. I spent a lot of time walking, same as Mum. Sometimes we crossed paths in the fields, nodded to each other, then kept going. It was easier to be outside. There were no notebooks in the trees. No scratched lists in the pavement. Just sky and mud and silence. One afternoon, I found myself near the canal. The one they had searched when Lydia first went missing. It was quiet there. Just the sound of water moving slowly and the wind cutting across the surface. I sat on the bench by the path and tried to remember what he was like before everything, when we were small, before the notebooks, before the locked door and the silence. There were moments. I remembered one summer when we made a fort out of bed sheets and chairs. I had drawn monsters and taped them to the walls. He had drawn doors and windows, places to escape. We sat inside it all day, eating crisps and reading comics. I think I was 8. He was 9. That memory stayed with me as I walked home. Not because it made things better, but because it reminded me that even monsters start as children. The house felt different now. Lighter. Not empty, but no longer holding its breath. The notebooks were gone, the lists, the photos, all of it turned in or boxed up or burned. The attic was empty. We cleared it out together, Mom and I. We didn't speak while we worked, just handed each other boxes and wiped the dust from the floorboards. At the end, she looked around and said, "There's nothing left." And she was right. But something else had changed, too. People started speaking to us again, slowly, cautiously. Neighbors who had stopped making eye contact now waved. A few even dropped off food. One woman left a note that said, "Thank you for being brave." I didn't feel brave. I felt hollow, but I nodded and said thank you anyway. It took time, but life began to move forward. The police told us we might be asked to testify if it went to trial. Mum said she would not go. I said I would, not because I needed him to hear me, but because I wanted to finish it properly. A few months later, another letter arrived. No return address. Same handwriting. This one was short. It said, "You saw the ending, but did you ever see the start?" I read it once. Then I burned it. In the sink. Watched the flame curl the edges until it was just ash and smoke. And for the first time in months, I felt still. Not healed, not forgiven. Just still. The maze had never been about escape. It had been about recognition. About seeing something for what it was and walking through it anyway. I had done that. I had walked the whole thing. And now I was out. I got the deal through one of those last-minute booking apps. You know, the kind, vague listings, blurry photos, business king room, in a chain hotel that had probably changed ownership 6 times in the last decade. I wasn't picky. I had a conference in Manchester and didn't want to shell out full price for one night. It was just me, one bag, and a PowerPoint I was dreading presenting the next morning. The lobby was clean enough, slightly too warm, that smell of overused carpet shampoo thick in the air. A man at the front desk handed me a key card with one hand while scrolling his phone with the other. He told me the lift was down, but that it was only one flight. I nodded and took the stairs, dragging my suitcase behind me with a rattle. Room 212. The hallway was dim and silent. One of the overhead bulbs flickered when I passed beneath it. I didn't think much of it. These kinds of places always felt a bit in between, not quite empty, but not alive either. The room itself was fine. That's the word I kept using, fine. One double bed with a maroon throw across the foot, small desk with a broken lampshade, TV bolted to the wall. The bathroom was clean but tired, grout lines yellowed with age. There was a single high window that faced a brick wall, about 2 feet from the glass. No view, no natural light. I set my things down, changed into a hoodie and joggers, and lay on the bed with the television on low. Just background noise. I was too wired to sleep, too bored to do anything else. Ended up scrolling through my phone for most of the evening, killing time until it made sense to try and sleep. I turned everything off around midnight. The room was silent, not peaceful, just off, like it wasn't used to someone being inside. The mattress was too soft, The air felt dry, and the sheets smelled faintly of lavender and something else I couldn't place. Something flat and stale, like dust that had settled too deep into the fabric to wash out. I fell asleep sometime around 1. I woke up to breathing. At first I thought it was mine, that half-asleep confusion where you hear your own body like it's someone else's, but it wasn't mine. The rhythm was wrong, slower, deeper. A dry rasp at the end of each exhale. I opened my eyes. The room was dark, but not completely. The curtain was cracked slightly at the top, letting in a sliver of light from the brick wall lamp outside. I could see the shapes of furniture, the foot of the bed, my open suitcase against the far wall. The sound was still going. Not from the hallway, not through the door. It was behind me. The headboard was mounted to the wall, a simple wooden panel bolted above the mattress. The breathing came from directly behind it, close enough to feel like it was in the same room. Close enough to feel like if I put my hand flat against the wall, I'd feel warmth pulsing through it. I didn't move for a long time. Just lay there, frozen, listening. The breaths were steady, not labored, not panicked. Just steady, in and out, in and out. I told myself it had to be a pipe, or maybe someone in the next room. Thin walls. These places are full of noise, but I didn't hear anything else. No creaking, no plumbing, no voices. Just that breathing, perfectly timed like a metronome. I sat up slowly, switched on the lamp. The sound stopped. Not faded, not muffled. Stopped. I waited a minute. Then 2. Then got out of bed and knelt on the mattress, facing the headboard. I leaned in close, pressed my ear against the wall. Nothing, but something felt off about the panel itself. I ran my fingers along the edges. The headboard wasn't flush with the wall. There was a small gap near the bottom, just enough space to slide a finger behind it. I pulled gently. It didn't move much, but I could feel that it was hollow behind. Not plaster, not brick. Air. Space. And something else. A draft, cool and faint, brushing against my fingertips. I grabbed the edge of the mattress and shifted it a few inches forward, just enough to expose the wall behind. That's when I saw the vent. It was small, square, and painted the same color as the wall, off-white with a few scuff marks. Easy to miss unless you were looking for it. The cover was metal, screwed in at each corner. But in the center, behind the slats, there was something round. Glossy. It caught the light. I leaned closer. And that's when I saw the lens. A camera. Small, no bigger than a fingertip. The kind used in phone screens or peepholes. Pointed directly at the bed. I backed away fast. My whole body felt electric. Not panicked, not yet, just lit up with adrenaline. I stood in the middle of the room, staring at the vent like it might blink. The breathing hadn't returned. But I didn't feel alone. I grabbed my bag, shoved everything inside without folding or sorting, and left the room with the lights still on. I didn't look back, didn't double-check the drawers. I just walked out and took the stairs down, my heart pounding like I'd left the oven on. At the desk, A different man was working. Young, polite, too polite. I told him I wanted to check out early. He gave me a rehearsed smile and asked if everything had been all right. I told him there was a vent behind the bed with something in it. His face changed. Not confused, not concerned. Just blank. Then he said, "That room hasn't been booked in months." I didn't ask any more questions. I left, and I haven't booked a last-minute room since. I didn't go home right away. I drove for a while, past the city limits, past a few roundabouts I didn't recognize, until I found a petrol station with a lit-up car park and an open cafe. I ordered a tea I didn't drink and sat in the back corner with my laptop open, staring at the login screen for longer than I care to admit. I couldn't stop thinking about the sound. That low, wet rhythm of air. The way it had stopped the second I turned on the lamp, like someone holding their breath and waiting. It didn't feel like a coincidence. It felt reactive. It felt like whatever was back there knew I was awake. I wasn't ready to drive home, not yet. I didn't want to get back to my flat and lie awake in silence, wondering if I'd brought something back with me. I know how that sounds. Like superstition or guilt or some mix of both. But when you walk out of a room and someone tells you it should have been empty for months, it changes the rules in your head. I kept seeing the lens. Not the breathing, not the sound, just the eye of it. That tiny glossy circle catching the light like it wanted me to notice, like it had been waiting. Once the tea had gone cold, I opened my browser and searched the hotel by name. First few results were standard booking sites, mixed reviews, some travel blogs. The sort of things that might say the towels were thin or the breakfast was overpriced, but no mention of anything unusual, no mentions of vents or cameras or strange noise complaints. Nothing that matched what I had experienced. I dug deeper. I started looking through archived news articles, narrowing the search by location and year. I skimmed crime reports, landlord disputes, old fire inspections, and then I found it. It was a single paragraph buried in an article from 8 years ago. The piece was about a missing woman from Salford. Her name was Anna Reeves, 28 years old. Last seen leaving a restaurant in the city center. There was a grainy CCTV image of her crossing the street just before midnight, alone, holding her coat closed against the wind. The article wasn't about the hotel, not directly. But near the end it said her phone had last pinged near the Manchester Hotel District, and then in a single throwaway line, it mentioned that she had booked a room at a chain location on Piccadilly, the one I had just left. Room 212. It was written clearly, not a suggestion, a fact. She had booked that room. But there was no follow-up. No note of whether she had checked in. No mention of whether staff had seen her. It was like the room swallowed the story along with her. I copied the article and saved a PDF, not because I planned to share it, just because I needed to know I wasn't going to wake up and find it gone. The next step wasn't logical, it wasn't safe, but it felt necessary. I drove back, not to the hotel itself, just to the street behind it. I parked 2 blocks away and walked through the back alleys until I found the staff door. No cameras that I could see. A small rusted bin enclosure with cigarette butts piled around the corner. A few crates stacked by the back entrance. I stood there for a minute before turning back. I wasn't going to break in. I wasn't that far gone, but I needed to feel how close I could get before something told me to leave. And that feeling came fast. I didn't hear breathing this time. I didn't see a camera. But I did hear a knock. Not from the building. From my car. I turned around slowly and saw a man standing beside the driver's door. Late 40s. Hoodie zipped halfway up. He didn't wave, didn't shout. Just tapped his knuckles against the window once more, like it was his car and I had parked in the wrong place. I walked back, trying not to look nervous. He turned and walked off without saying a word. No confrontation, no threat. Just gone around the corner and out of sight. I checked the door. No marks, nothing missing. But I locked it anyway and drove home with every mirror angled so I could see behind me. Back at my flat, I finally let myself collapse. I closed the curtains, turned on every light. I didn't sleep. I didn't even lie down. I sat on the sofa with a blanket wrapped around my shoulders and played an old movie at low volume, just to keep the silence away. The next morning, I called the hotel. I gave a fake name and asked to speak to someone about a lost item. I said I had stayed in room 212. The voice on the phone hesitated, said 212 was not currently available. I asked why. They said the room was out of service for maintenance. I asked what kind of maintenance. They hung up. Not disconnected, not static, just a click, a line gone dead. That was 2 days ago. Since then, I haven't received any calls, no follow-up, no apology, nothing. I told myself I should let it go. People vanish every day. Hotel managers lie. Maybe the lens was a leftover from some weird security setup. Maybe the breathing came from next door or from the vent itself. Maybe my brain filled in the rest because it needed a story. But last night, I got an email. No subject, no sender listed, just a single line of text in the body. It said, "Room 212 is not empty." That's all. I didn't reply. I deleted the email. But I didn't forget it. Because neither did whoever sent it. I told myself I was done. After the email, I shut my laptop and swore I wouldn't open it again for anything that wasn't work-related. I made tea. I watched a sitcom I didn't really follow. I told myself that whatever room 212 was or wasn't, it didn't matter now. I had left it behind. But the truth was, the moment I read that line, "Room 212 is not empty," something changed. Not in the way I felt about the room, in the way I felt about myself. I realized I had become part of it. That email wasn't marketing spam or some troll on a forum. That was personal, directed. It meant someone had seen me, watched me leave, and remembered. By morning, I had the familiar hollow feeling of unfinished business. I tried to ignore it, but it came back like a bruise you forgot was there. So I started digging again. This time I searched for guest reviews, not official listings, but the weird corners of the internet, independent hotel review blogs, forgotten forums, pages people don't know how to delete. I filtered every mention of that hotel name with the word breathing. There weren't many hits, but there was one. A post from 4 years ago, archived and anonymous. It had no title, just a timestamp and a short story. A man described checking into the hotel late at night after missing a train. The staff gave him a key to a room on the second floor near the end of the corridor. He didn't remember the number, but he remembered waking up around 3 in the morning to the sound of someone breathing heavily behind the headboard. He said he lay there, frozen, for almost 10 minutes before getting up to splash water on his face. When he came back from the bathroom, the sound had stopped. He checked out early. No refund. He ended the post with one sentence that stuck with me. It felt like the room was trying to breathe through me. That line stayed with me all day. I couldn't stop picturing that little square vent, the camera lens behind it, the hollow behind the headboard. I kept coming back to that moment when I leaned in close and felt the draft. It hadn't been strong. Just enough to register, but vents don't work like that. Air conditioning makes noise, heat makes noise. That space was silent. The air moved, but nothing powered it. It was like the room itself was exhaling. That night I called a friend who used to do maintenance work in older buildings. I asked him a hypothetical question. What would be behind a sealed headboard in a hotel like that? He said probably nothing. Most hotel walls back onto identical rooms, a solid partition. No reason to leave a void unless it was structural. I asked if anyone could access it. He said not unless it was built that way on purpose. The way he said on purpose didn't sit right. I stayed up late that night reading about hidden camera laws, about how some hotels have been caught installing devices for surveillance, sometimes for reasons no one ever fully explains. Most stories had lawsuits, police statements, settlements, but not that hotel, not room 212. No complaints filed, no warnings online, nothing to market. I searched police records next. Tried to find any follow-up on the missing woman, Anna Reeves. No arrests, no theories, just one more article, older than the first, from the week after she vanished. It mentioned that a cleaning staff member had come forward saying they thought they saw her in the hallway near the vending machine. 3 in the morning. Same floor. No CCTV footage available. The staff member said she looked lost or confused. She was wearing a hotel robe and no shoes. They had not reported it at the time because they thought she was just a tired guest. That detail made something turn over in my stomach, because when I checked in, there had been no vending machine on that floor. Just the corridor, just the rooms, just a single flickering light overhead. The machine had been removed. No one had replaced it. But if she had really been there, if she had really wandered out at that hour, confused and barefoot, then the timeline didn't match the story in the article about her phone pinging the area and then going dark, because it hadn't gone dark. She had. That thought chilled me more than the email. The silence, the disappearance, the implication that people had seen her and chosen not to remember, or had been told not to. I wrote down everything. I opened a new file and typed out the timeline as best I could. Arrival. Room number. Breathing. The vent. The lens. The staff's reaction. The article. The post. The email. It felt like stitching together something that was never supposed to be a full picture. But I kept going. I searched for other names linked to the hotel, and eventually I found another one. Robert Hale. He had been listed as missing for 2 weeks in late autumn 5 years ago. The last place he was seen, a hotel bar on the edge of Manchester's city centre. The same street, a different room, but on the same floor. Second level. And when the police followed up with the hotel, they were told there was no record of him ever checking in. I looked for his photo. Nothing remarkable. Just a man in his 30s, button-up shirt, kind eyes. Gone without explanation. And now his name, like Anna's, had been reduced to a paragraph online and a cold note in a database somewhere. That's when it hit me. The room might not be haunted. It might not be cursed. It might just be designed that way. Somewhere along the line, someone turned room 212 into something else. Not a place to stay. A place to take. I didn't tell anyone I was going back. Not because I was afraid they would stop me, more because I wasn't sure what I would even say. Hey, I think I stayed in a hotel room that watches people and possibly swallows them whole doesn't come across well, even with friends who know you're not prone to panic. I kept everything to myself, packed a small bag, and took the train into Manchester like I was just running errands. I didn't bring a laptop, no recording gear. Just a notebook, a pen, and an old disposable camera I had lying around from a birthday 3 years ago. I didn't want to rely on anything digital, not this time. I walked into the lobby around 3 in the afternoon. Same beige walls, same soft music that sounded like it was playing underwater. A new guy at the desk, young, neat, buttoned up like he was still trying to impress someone. I asked for a room. One night, I said, no special requests. He tapped a few keys and gave me a small smile. We have one available on the 2nd floor, room 212. My stomach tightened. I nodded, tried to keep my face still. He slid the key card across the desk and told me the lift was working again. I thanked him and didn't use it. I took the stairs 2 at a time, gripping the bag too tightly in my hand. The hallway hadn't changed. Same light flickering halfway down. Same odd quiet, like everything had been turned down a notch. I walked slowly to the door, listening. Not for breathing. Not yet. Just for anything that would tell me I wasn't alone. Room 212. The numbers on the door were slightly crooked, like they'd been removed and put back on by someone who didn't care. I slid the key card. The lock clicked. The room was the same. Exactly the same. Maroon bed throw, desk lamp with the cracked shade, same faint smell of something too clean layered over something much older. I didn't move right away. Just stood there in the doorway, trying to figure out if it felt different. It didn't. It felt like it was waiting. I set my bag on the chair and pulled the mattress away from the headboard just like before. There it was, the vent, same off-white paint, same scratches around the corners where it had been installed. I pulled out the disposable camera and took a photo. Then I knelt, flashlight in hand, and looked through the slats again. This time, there was no lens. Just darkness. And space. I should have been relieved. Instead, I felt worse. Because now it meant someone had removed it. Someone knew it had been seen. I didn't try to unscrew the vent. I didn't want to find a wire or a hole or worse. I had another idea. I turned the flashlight off. I lay down on the bed and closed my eyes. And I waited. The hours passed slowly. Outside, traffic thinned. The air conditioning unit on the other side of the building hummed on and off. I didn't sleep. At exactly 3 a.m, I heard it again. The breathing. This time I didn't freeze. I opened my eyes slowly, careful not to move. The sound was fainter than before, but it was there. Right behind the headboard. I reached under the pillow and pulled out the notebook. I wrote one sentence. 3:01 a.m. breathing started again. I pressed my ear to the wall. The sound was clearer there. Slow inhales, even slower exhales, almost thoughtful, like it wasn't struggling. Just waiting. I knocked once, softly, on the wall. The breathing stopped. I waited. 10 seconds, then 15. Then it started again. But now it was louder, faster, like something had woken up. I stood and pushed the mattress out of the way completely. I shone my light through the vent again. Still darkness, but now it was deeper. I don't know how else to explain that. It looked the same, but it felt like the space had widened, like it was deeper now than it had been before. I whispered, "Who's there?" The breathing stopped, and then something tapped back. 3 soft knocks. Just behind the wall. I staggered back and hit the desk with my hip. The lamp flickered. I stared at the wall like it would open. Nothing did. I didn't sleep. I sat in the desk chair, notebook open on my lap, camera on the table, flashlight on the floor. At 5 a.m, the breathing stopped completely. The silence was worse. I packed my things and checked out at 6. The guy at the desk didn't say a word. He didn't even look at me. Back home, I developed the photo. Just one. The shot of the vent. But when I picked it up from the shop, there was something wrong. The photo was blank. Not overexposed, not damaged. Just gray. A full square of nothing. Like the camera had taken a picture of fog, or of a place that didn't want to be seen. I stared at it for a long time. Then I put it in a drawer and didn't open it again. I tried to forget about the photo. I tucked it in a folder at the back of my desk drawer and didn't look at it again. It was just gray, completely gray. Not blurry, not black, not even out of focus, just one solid tone like it had been filled with static and silence. The shop said the camera was working fine, no chemical issues, no processing errors. 1 frame out of 24, they said, just that one. It took me 3 days to realize I had to go back again. Not to the hotel. I had done that already. I had seen what I was meant to see. This time, I needed to know who had made it that way. I needed to understand why room 212 was allowed to keep swallowing people whole, while the staff just handed out keys like nothing was wrong. So I started calling. The hotel's main number routed me in circles. I got a new voice every time, different names, different scripts, all saying the same things. They could not disclose guest histories. They could not confirm room status. One woman even told me the room was under long-term renovation, even though I had just slept in it 48 hours earlier. I gave up on the phone and started digging through property records, Manchester Council databases, building licenses, fire inspections. I filed a few public record requests. Used an old uni login I still had access to. Most of it was noise, but eventually, one name kept showing up. Torrance Holdings Limited. They were listed as the parent company for the property, a holding group registered in Manchester but tied to addresses in other cities. I followed the trail until I found a company registry listing from 12 years ago that named a director. Just one. Walter Hale. The surname stopped me. Hale. The same name as Robert Hale, the man who went missing 5 years ago, last seen at the hotel. I started pulling old news again. Robert Hale, age 34, vanished in early November. Police said he had been on a business trip. Last contact was with his wife. A text saying he had checked in safely, then nothing. I looked deeper into Walter Hale. Not much. He was older, 60s maybe. He had run a few companies, most of them dissolved, all small, all with vague names and little public history. A man who moved behind paperwork. But I found a number. I stared at it for a long time before calling. He answered on the third ring. His voice was calm, polite, not surprised. I told him I was writing about urban legends, strange hotel stories, that I had come across the name of his company and some documents and wanted to ask a few questions. There was a pause. Then he said, "You stayed in the room." It wasn't a question. I said yes. He asked, "Did you move the mattress?" I said yes. Another pause. Then he said, "You're not the first, but you're one of the only ones who left." I asked him what that meant. He said, "The room is not haunted, it's occupied." I waited for him to go on. He didn't. I asked him what was behind the vent, what was in the wall, what had happened to Anna Reeves, to Robert Hale. I asked him if he had built it that way, or if he had just inherited something that couldn't be removed. He said only this: the room was sealed in 1980, 3 after a tenant died inside. It was not a hotel then. It was housing, council owned. No family, no funeral, just a quiet note in a file. The wall was added later. The vent was never meant to be accessible, but things shift over time. I asked him what had died in there. He said, something that needed company. I asked him if the breathing was real. He said, not anymore. I asked him if he ever stayed there himself. He hung up. I sat there with the receiver pressed to my ear long after the line went dead. Then I wrote everything down. I printed the missing persons reports. I saved the old building plans. I copied the emails and my notes and the transcribed call. I put it all in an envelope and mailed it to myself. Just in case. That night, I dreamed of the room again. But this time I was outside it, standing in the hallway holding the key card, while the door pulsed like it was breathing. The whole frame inhaling and exhaling. I never opened it. I just stood there, listening. When I woke up, I knew what I had to do. Not go back. Not to the room. To the council office. I requested a visit to the archives, historical property files, specifically the building that housed the hotel before conversion. The clerk handed me a box. Inside were blueprints. Old ones. Faded, stained, but legible. Room 212 had not been a room originally. It had been part of a larger flat. Flat 4. A top-floor unit. But in 1983, the layout changed. A dividing wall was added, a door sealed, and in the margins of the plan, a handwritten note. Unit split per incident, no re-entry permitted. No details. No explanation. Just that. I photocopied it. I put the copy in the envelope with the rest. When I left the building, the air felt heavier than it should have. Not hot, not cold, just thick. Like the moment before a thunderclap. I went home. I double-locked the door. And for the first time in days, I unplugged everything. I sat in the dark and waited. There was no breathing. But I still felt watched. I didn't leave the flat for 3 days after I found the blueprints. I kept the envelope on the coffee table, sealed with everything inside: the photographs, the articles, the notes from my call with Walter Hale, and the floor plan showing the wall that should never have been built. I told myself I was done, that I had everything I needed, that I had made it out of the room, and that alone should be enough. But I kept coming back to one question. Who else was left? How many people had checked into that room and never walked back out? The official count was 0, but Anna Reeves, Robert Hale. A list of others whose names never made the papers, whose families never heard back. The disappearances that got written off as travel gone wrong, or simply dropped by time. And that breathing. I could still hear it sometimes, even in my flat, not as sound, as memory, a rhythm that had carved itself into the back of my brain. I would be brushing my teeth or standing in the lift at work, and suddenly I'd feel it again, that quiet intake, that rasping exhale, like something just outside the wall was waiting for me to fall asleep. By the 4th night, I knew I had to go back one last time. Not to stay. Not to ask questions. To end it. I arrived just after 2 in the morning. I parked down the road and walked the rest of the way, the hotel rising ahead of me like it had always been there. No windows open, no lights showing through the curtains. Just a quiet rectangle of concrete, the kind of building that people pass by without ever really seeing. The front door was unlocked. The desk was empty. I stepped inside and paused, listening for voices. Nothing. No music, no footsteps, just the low hum of the vending machine in the far corner, the one they claimed had been removed. I took the stairs to the 2nd floor. The hallway stretched ahead, dim and familiar. The same bulb still flickered near the middle. I counted doors until I reached 212. The numbers were missing. Only the faint outline of where they had been screwed into the wood. I tried the handle. It opened. No key card, no resistance. Just the soft click of a latch giving way. Inside, the room was exactly how I remembered it. The maroon throw, the headboard, the vent in the wall, the faint chemical smell that had never fully gone. I didn't bring bags this time, just a small crowbar and my phone. I walked straight to the bed, and pulled it forward until the headboard was fully exposed. Then I started working on the vent. The screws came loose faster than I expected, like someone had already done this before me. I pulled the cover off and set it gently on the floor. Behind it was nothing but black. Not darkness black. A void. I reached inside, phone in one hand, flashlight on. The beam caught something. A surface. Maybe 2 feet back. I leaned in further. It was not a wall. It was a door. A small one, about half the size of a cupboard. Flat metal with chipped white paint and a sliding bolt on one side. I hesitated, my fingers hovering near the latch. Then I slid it open. The panel creaked. Inside, the space opened wider than it should have. I crawled through. The room was no bigger than a walk-in wardrobe, but the air was colder. Still, it smelled like dust and damp cloth. The floor was covered in what looked like old bedding. Thin sheets, gray with age, laid out like a nest. And in the far corner, something moved. A shape. Small. Still breathing. But it wasn't alive. Not anymore. It was a body. Mummified by time, curled in the fetal position, arms wrapped tight around its chest. I stepped closer and saw the remains of a robe, the hotel's logo still visible near the shoulder. Beside it, a phone. Smashed screen, dead battery. Anna Reeves. I knelt down, heart hammering, and whispered her name. The air changed. Behind me, something shifted. Not sound. Not motion. Just pressure. I turned. Nothing. But the breathing had stopped. For good this time. I left the way I came in. Slid the vent cover back into place. Did not touch the bedding. Did not disturb the body. I walked downstairs. Still no staff. Still no one at the desk. I left through the lobby and walked until I found the first open cafe and called the police. I gave them my name. Told them where to go. Told them what they'd find. I did not wait around. Back home, I left the envelope on the kitchen counter. It felt lighter now, like its purpose had been fulfilled. The news reported on the discovery the next day. Human remains found in sealed utility space in local hotel. No foul play suspected. Identity pending. The hotel chain released a statement calling it a shocking and tragic discovery and promised a full investigation. Room 212 was never mentioned. But I knew. I had seen it. I had heard it. And now it was over. For me. For her. Maybe even for the room. I still don't book last-minute hotels. Still don't sleep with my bed against the wall. But I do breathe easier now, because whatever had been there, whatever had fed on silence and secrets, was finished. Rooms don't stay hungry forever. Eventually they fill, and then they rest. I did not set out to buy a freezer full of nightmares. Honestly, I just wanted something for extra storage. My apartment in Buffalo is small, and I do a lot of meal prep, so I figured, hey, A deep freezer would be useful. There was this guy who ran auctions for abandoned storage units. Not fancy ones, just random lots from people who stopped paying the rent. Sometimes you'd get lucky. Most of it is junk, broken furniture, old baby clothes, but every once in a while there's something useful. This one unit had a few beat-up dressers, a mattress with questionable stains, and in the back, a white chest freezer. It was dented but not terrible, no smell, still had the power cord. The auctioneer knocked $50 off the starting price if you agreed to haul everything out by the next day. So I bought it, the whole unit, cleaned out the garbage, got the freezer loaded into the back of my friend's truck. We got it into my place the same night, wiped it down, and plugged it in. It worked, hummed to life like it had never been left in some forgotten corner of upstate New York, cold and quiet. I didn't put anything in it yet, wanted to let it run for a while first. Make sure it held temperature. The first 2 days were fine, no noise, no weird smells, just this new bulky appliance sitting in the corner of my kitchen like a silent roommate. Day 3, though, that's when it started leaking. At first I thought maybe I had spilled something. There was this brownish line of liquid trailing from underneath it. It smelled off, not rotting exactly, but not clean either. Like old rainwater mixed with rust. I cleaned it up and figured maybe there had been something spilled inside it before I bought it. Something sticky that thawed a little once it got running again. But by the evening the puddle was back, bigger this time, and darker. So I opened it. The top layer was just a plastic bin, empty, clean. Underneath that was a false bottom, like someone had taken a thin sheet of painted wood and dropped it into place. It took a second to notice it. There were no handles or hinges, but it came up easy once I pried at the edge with a butter knife. Beneath it was, I don't know. At first I couldn't tell what I was looking at. There was this heavy-duty plastic lining, like a waterproof bag, sealed tight and wedged into the bottom of the freezer. Inside that was a black duffel bag, big, like military grade. It was locked with one of those thick combination locks you get at a hardware store. There was no writing on the outside, no name, no label, just the lock and the smell. I didn't know what to do. My first instinct was to just drag the whole thing outside and throw it away. But curiosity got the better of me. I told myself it was probably drugs, or cash, or something left behind by someone running from something. So I cut the lining, pulled the duffel out, and stared at it for a long time before trying the lock. It was set to 000. I spun the dials slowly. 001, 002. I was about to give up when I flipped to 007 and the lock popped open. Inside were Polaroids. Stacks of them. They were wrapped in plastic, bundled tight, and arranged almost like a photo album. No names, no captions. Just these full-color instant photos, one after the other. The first few showed a girl. Young, maybe late teens, sitting on a mattress, wearing an oversized t-shirt. Her face was blurred slightly, like she had moved while the photo developed. Behind her, there was a bare wall. Cement. In every photo, the same calendar was taped to the bricks. Red X's crossed through each day. At first, she looked fine, tired maybe. Her hair was messy, eyes wide. She wasn't smiling, but she wasn't bruised either. But then you flip a few more, and things change. The girl starts to look thinner, paler. The calendar fills up with more red X's. Her arms are pulled tighter to her chest. There are marks on her neck, scratches on her arms. The lighting stays the same, always cold and fluorescent, like a basement or a windowless room. There must have been over 100 of them. Toward the end, she is barely sitting up. Her eyes are swollen shut. One of her teeth is missing. Her lips are cracked and dry. In the second to last photo, she's lying on her side, curled in a way that does not look comfortable. Her hand is reaching toward the edge of the frame. And the last photo, that one is different. In the final photo, the girl is gone. The mattress is empty. The calendar has no red X's. It just says one thing, written in thick black marker across the bottom. Last day, keep her cold. That was not even the worst part. Inside the duffel, tucked beneath the stack of photos, was a folded piece of yellow paper. It was laminated, like someone wanted to make sure it would never get damaged. The note read, "Do not thaw her out. She'll remember." That's when I stood up, stepped back from the bag, and realized my hands were shaking. Not a little. Like really shaking. I do not know how long I stood there. I don't even remember setting the photos down. I just know I went to the sink, ran my hands under the water, and tried to breathe. The freezer was still humming. Still cold. Still plugged in. I thought about calling the police. I really did. But something about it felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to, like whatever this was, it was bigger than me, like if I reported it, something would happen I couldn't take back. So instead, I sat at the kitchen table and stared at that last photo. The empty room, the black marker words. Last day. Keep her cold. I didn't sleep that night. I tried. I got into bed, stared at the ceiling, tried to count breaths, tried to act like everything was normal. But my brain just kept replaying the same few images. The girl's face in the photos, that room, that damn calendar. And especially the last one where she was gone and someone had written those words like a warning. Last day, keep her cold. And then the note. Do not thaw her out, she'll remember. I got up around 4 in the morning and went back to the kitchen. The freezer was still there, quiet in the corner like it had not done anything wrong. I opened it again. Not to look at the duffel this time, just to see it. I needed to be sure I had actually seen what I thought I saw. It was still there. The bag, the lock, now hanging open. The smell, faint but there. And the Polaroids, still in the exact order I had left them. I picked up the last one again, held it under the overhead light, and tried to make sense of it. The handwriting on the calendar was the same as the handwriting on the note. Sharp and thick, like it had been written with a marker by someone in a hurry, or someone angry. I sat on the floor for a long time, not thinking, just existing next to the freezer, waiting for something to make this make sense. By morning, I had decided to keep everything as it was. I did not throw the photos away. I did not burn the note. I did not tell anyone. I wrapped the duffel back up in the plastic lining and resealed it into the bottom of the freezer, just like I found it. Then I turned the freezer back on. I don't know why. Part of me told myself it was just to preserve evidence, in case I changed my mind and called the police, in case I needed to show someone. But that wasn't the full truth. The full truth was that I was afraid to leave it off. There was something about that note that got inside my head, not the logic of it, just the way it was written, so sure, so final. It did not feel like a warning written by someone unstable. It felt like something meant to be followed. I started hearing things the next night. Just small sounds at first, nothing dramatic. A thud here, a soft shuffle there. I live in an old building, so creaks and settling are normal. But these weren't random. They were close. Repetitive, like something moving just out of view. I got up to check the freezer at one point, and I swear to God the lid was open. Just a crack. Not fully, but enough to notice. I know I had closed it. I remember pushing it down with both hands. I even sat something on top of it, a small stack of cookbooks. They were now on the floor. I closed the lid again, gently but firmly, and stood there for a long time watching it. Nothing happened, no movement, no sound. But from that point on, the apartment felt different, like something was watching me, like I was not alone. I started keeping the lights on at night. I never used to do that. I'm a light sleeper, but now I needed them. I left the kitchen light on, and sometimes even the hallway light too. It helped a little, but not enough, because now I was dreaming about her. The girl from the photos. At first it was just flashes, her face, pale and bruised, right before I woke up. Then it got worse. I started dreaming about the room she was in, that bare mattress, that concrete wall. I could see the calendar clearly in the dream, the red X's growing darker, the black letters bleeding into the paper. She never spoke in the dreams. She just stared at me, eyes wide, unmoving. Sometimes she was sitting up, sometimes lying down. Once, she was standing behind the calendar, like she had walked through the wall. I started waking up at the same time every night. 3:13. I do not know why. Just a number, maybe, but it was always that time, every single night. My eyes would open, and I would feel it before I moved, that pressure in the air, like the apartment was holding its breath. One night, I got up and walked into the kitchen. I told myself I would open the freezer and take the bag out and call the cops. I told myself I would end this. But when I got there, the lid was already open again. And inside, the plastic had shifted. The duffel was still there, still sealed, but one of the Polaroids had worked its way loose and was sitting at the edge. It was a new one. I swear to you, it was new. I know every single photo that came with that bag. I counted them. I looked at every one. This one was different. It showed the same girl, but she was standing. Not on the mattress, not in that basement room. She was standing in a hallway I recognized. It was my hallway, right outside my bedroom. Her eyes were wide, her arms were at her sides, and behind her, on the wall, someone had scratched something into the paint. It said, "I'm cold." I dropped the photo, slammed the freezer shut, pulled the cord from the wall. The light went out, the hum stopped. And then from the hallway, I heard something move. Not a creak, not a shuffle, a step. The sound of that step was soft, but it was there. Just one single shift of weight on floorboards I knew by heart. It came from the hallway outside my bedroom, the same hallway I had walked 1,000 times. I froze in place. I did not call out. I did not move. I just stood there in the kitchen, staring at the darkened doorway, waiting for something else. Nothing happened, no voice, no shadow. Just that silence again, thick and waiting. I do not remember deciding to move, but at some point I walked forward. Step by step, I passed through the doorway, into the hall, flipping the light switch with the back of my hand. The light came on instantly, too bright, too normal. And there was nothing there. The hallway was empty. My bedroom door was closed. The air felt still, but I knew what I had heard. I was not imagining it. There was a weight to that sound, a body behind it. It had not come from the freezer. It had come from the hallway. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes, listening, breathing slow, trying to keep my thoughts from spinning out. Eventually, I opened the bedroom door, stepped inside, checked the closet, checked under the bed, nothing. But something had changed. I went back to the kitchen, unplugged freezer still sitting in the corner. The photo I had dropped was still on the floor, face down. I picked it up carefully. My hands were shaking again. It was still the same. The girl, my hallway, the scratched wall behind her with those words. I'm cold. That night, I stayed on the couch with all the lights on and a hammer in my hand. Not a weapon, really, just something to hold. I do not think I slept. The next day, I went to work like nothing happened. I kept telling myself maybe I was just tired, that it was a stress dream, that maybe the photo had been buried deep in the duffel and just shifted when the plastic warmed up. But that didn't explain the hallway, or the scratching, or the noise. I stopped talking to people that week, not because I was hiding anything, but because I didn't trust myself to speak without letting something slip. What was I going to say? That I found a bag of photos under a freezer, that one of them now shows a girl standing outside my bedroom. No one would believe me. I barely believed it myself. 3 nights later, I tried to throw the bag away. I waited until midnight, loaded the duffel into a garbage bag, tied it 3 times and walked it to the alley behind my building. I tossed it into the dumpster like it was just trash. For a moment, I felt this weird mix of guilt and relief, like I had just broken a rule but also done something necessary. I went back inside, closed all the windows, locked the door, slept with a fan on to drown out any noise. The next morning, the bag was back. I swear to you, it was back. I walked into the kitchen, groggy, rubbing my eyes, and there it was, sitting on the floor in front of the freezer, the plastic still wet, the lock still open. I did not scream, but my whole body recoiled. I stepped back like it was going to move, like it might try to crawl toward me. I checked the door, still locked, windows closed, no sign of a break-in. But the bag was back. So I did what I had done the first time. I put it back in the freezer. I sealed the plastic. I pushed it down into that lower compartment. I closed the lid and plugged the cord back in. And the hum returned. Later that day, I sat on the edge of my bed with my phone in my hand, debating whether to call the police. I thought about every headline I had ever read. Man finds disturbing photos. Family discovers mystery in storage auction. They always ended the same way, with cops, with questions, with something being taken away. But the truth is, I was not afraid of getting in trouble. I was afraid they would not believe me. I mean, how do you even explain something like this? How do you hand over a photo of a girl in your own hallway when the night before she was not real? I didn't call. I didn't tell anyone. That weekend I stayed mostly in the bedroom. I stopped opening the freezer. I taped the lid shut. I shoved heavy books on top of it and put a chair against it just to be sure. It was ridiculous, I know. Like putting up a fence to stop a flood, but it made me feel better. Then, on Sunday night, the dreams changed. This time I was in the room, the one from the photos. I could see the girl lying on the mattress. She was breathing, but slow. Her eyes were open, but barely. I wanted to speak, but my mouth would not open. I just stood there while she looked at me. Behind her, the calendar was almost full, only one square left unmarked. In that last square, someone had drawn a red circle. When I woke up, my mouth was dry and my hands were clenched into fists so tight my nails had left marks in my palms. I walked out to the kitchen, dread sitting heavy in my chest. The chair was tipped over. The books were on the floor. The tape had been peeled back. And the lid to the freezer was open. Not fully, but enough. Just a crack. Inside, something new had surfaced. A single photo. This time, it was just the mattress. Empty, but the calendar was gone. In its place, scratched into the concrete wall, were 3 words. She is waking. Didn't want to look at the photo. I really didn't, but I did. It was sitting right on top of the bag, like someone had placed it there intentionally. Same Polaroid size, same faded tone, but this one was different. There was no girl, no calendar. Just the bare mattress, the concrete wall, and scratched into the cement, barely legible under the bad lighting, were those 3 words. She is waking. It was the first time I felt something cold crawl under my skin, like it was moving up my spine without touching it. Not fear exactly, more like a knowing. Like I had passed some invisible line I didn't even realize was there until I was already on the other side of it. I didn't touch the photo. I didn't touch anything. I closed the lid of the freezer slowly, without sound, and backed away. The hum kicked back in, soft but steady. That same low sound I used to find comforting. Now it just sounded like a whisper, with its mouth pressed against the wall. I spent the rest of the morning sitting at my kitchen table, holding a cup of coffee I didn't drink, staring at the freezer without blinking. The sun moved across the floor. My phone buzzed once. A weather alert. I didn't check it. It occurred to me, finally, that I was afraid of something that might not even exist. That all of this could be the result of a mental break I had never seen coming. I even Googled it. Visual hallucinations. Auditory hallucinations. Stress-induced episodes. The internet offered plenty of possible explanations, but none of them explained the photos, or the fact that the tape had been peeled back, or the scratch marks that hadn't been there before. And the worst part? I had stopped questioning whether the girl was real. She was real. I didn't know how I knew that, but I did. The calendar was not just marking time. It was counting down. To something. By Tuesday night, the freezer had started making a new sound. It was subtle, like water shifting behind metal, not a mechanical rattle, not something a dying appliance would do, more like something stirring, moving inside the lining. I stood beside it, one hand resting on the top, trying to convince myself I was imagining it. Maybe the lining was wet, maybe the motor was freezing up. Maybe it was a normal sound I had just never noticed before. But it didn't stop. I taped the lid shut again, tighter this time, layers of it. Then I dragged an old bookcase in front of it. I turned on the television, left every light on. Sat with the remote in my lap like it was a weapon, like the glowing images on the screen might somehow protect me. Somewhere around 2 a.m, I dozed off. I don't remember what woke me, but I know what I heard. The tape peeling. That sharp, slow rip of adhesive coming free from plastic, one strip at a time. Then the sound of the lid lifting. And then nothing. I sat frozen, eyes wide, breathing through my nose, heart beating so loud I thought I might pass out. I didn't want to move, didn't want to look. I kept telling myself that if I just stayed still, whatever it was might go away. But I couldn't stay like that forever. Eventually, I got up. Slowly. I walked to the kitchen. The bookcase had been pushed aside. The tape was hanging in strips off the edge of the freezer, and the lid was open. The bag was gone. I stood there for a full minute, unable to breathe. Then I noticed something on the floor. A new Polaroid. I picked it up. This one showed my living room, taken from high up, like from a corner near the ceiling. In the photo, I was asleep on the couch. The television was still playing. The light from the screen cast a weird bluish glow across the room. But it was not just me in the photo. There was someone standing behind the couch. Bare feet, pale legs, a white nightshirt, hair hanging down over the face. The girl. She was there, standing behind me, watching. I dropped the photo. I started to shake. My mouth felt too dry to scream. I turned in place, looking around my own apartment like it was unfamiliar. My ears were ringing. My thoughts were loud, overlapping. I could not tell what was real anymore. I went into the bedroom, closed the door, locked it. Not that it mattered. I did not sleep. Just sat with my back to the wall, staring at the crack under the door, listening for movement. Nothing came. By morning, the bag was back. Inside the freezer. Same position, same plastic seal, and resting on top, another photo. This one showed the freezer itself. Closed, taped, the bookcase still in front of it. The photo had been taken from inside the apartment. It was dated. That morning's date. Written in black ink on the bottom border, which meant someone had taken it before I even woke up, which meant someone was still here. I don't remember eating, or showering, or speaking. I just remember wrapping that photo in paper towels, stuffing it into my desk drawer, and pacing back and forth across the apartment until my legs went numb. There was something about the way she was appearing now. Not angry, not violent, just present. Like she was watching, like she was waiting. I started to think about the note again. Do not thaw her out. She'll remember. What if it wasn't a warning about her being dangerous? What if it was about guilt? Memory? What if the person who wrote that note had done something terrible and was afraid of being remembered? What if the freezer had been used to preserve not just a body, but a secret? What if I had opened something that was never meant to be opened? I walked back to the freezer, opened it again. No new photos this time, but the bag was warm. Not hot, not steaming, just not cold anymore. Whatever had been inside it was thawing. By the time I realized the bag was warm, I was already past the point of pretending any of this was explainable. There was no fix, no cleanup, no neat way to end it. Something had been set in motion the moment I opened that freezer, and now I was stuck with it. I closed the lid again slowly. I did not tape it shut. I did not move the bookcase. I did not even unplug it. I just stood there with my hands flat against the top of the freezer, feeling how the cold no longer pressed up through the plastic. The hum had changed too. It was louder now, uneven. It sounded tired, like it was trying too hard to keep doing what it was meant to do. But it was losing. I think I knew that. I sat down on the floor and stared at it. The same freezer I had bought for cheap. The one that, for a couple of days, had just been a useful appliance. I started thinking about how casually I had plugged it in, how I never once questioned where it came from, who it belonged to before, what it had held. I never thought about how something so normal could carry something so wrong. I don't know how long I sat there. At some point I turned off my phone, not because anyone was texting, but because I was tired of seeing the lock screen and not knowing what to do with it. There was no one I could call. I was not ready to hear another voice say, "You should get help," or "You should tell someone." It was too late for that. This thing was mine now. That night, I decided to go outside. I hadn't left the apartment in over a week. I walked down the block just to feel air that hadn't been filtered through my vents. I didn't bring my phone. Didn't tell anyone where I was going. Just wandered. It was cold, not freezing, but sharp enough to make my eyes sting. I didn't walk far, just enough to remind myself the world still existed, that I could leave if I really wanted to, that there were still cars passing and stores open and strangers going about their lives. I think that helped a little, until I came back. There was something taped to my front door. Not a note. A photo. Another Polaroid. It was a picture of my hallway, taken from the far end, facing toward my bedroom. In the photo, the bedroom door was cracked open. Just a sliver. And inside that sliver, just barely visible, was the same pale shape. The girl. Hair hanging forward, arms at her sides, head tilted like she was listening. I pulled the photo off the door with numb fingers and went inside, locking every bolt behind me. My ears were ringing again, that high sound you get when your body knows something before your brain does. I didn't bother checking the bedroom. I just sat down on the couch and stared at the photo, trying not to blink. She was getting closer. That was the feeling. Not just that she was in the apartment, but that she was moving. Like each time I saw her, she was a little less still, a little more aware. And now she was watching me back. I went to the freezer again, even though I didn't want to. I don't know what I expected. Maybe another photo, maybe nothing. What I found was a name. Scratched into the inner wall of the freezer, just above the bag. It was not there before. I would have seen it. The scratches were shallow but clear. 5 letters. I read them over and over again. The name meant nothing to me. I said it out loud, just to hear how it sounded. Larai. I didn't know if that was a first name, a last name, or something else. But now it had weight. She had a name. She was not just the girl in the photos anymore. She was someone who had been taken, kept, hurt, and then, what? That question started to dig deeper. What had actually happened to her? Was she dead when they sealed the bag? Or had she been frozen alive? Was that the whole point? The calendar, the note, the countdown, the instructions to keep her cold. What if they were not preserving a body but stopping something from finishing? What if she had never died? What if she had just paused? I leaned against the counter and felt the room tilt slightly. There were too many pieces now, too many signs that none of this was random, and I had seen enough horror movies to know where it usually goes from here. But this did not feel like a story. It felt like a memory that was slowly starting to come back to someone who should not remember. That night I heard footsteps again. Not one, not two, multiple. Moving from the kitchen to the hallway, from the hallway to the bedroom, then stopping. I turned on every light, walked slowly into the bedroom. Nothing. I left the door open, sat on the bed with my eyes on the hallway, waited. At some point I must have drifted. When I opened my eyes, the room was darker. I looked around. The hallway was empty, but something was in the corner of the room. Another photo. Not on the floor this time, not tucked into the freezer. Pinned to the wall, right above the head of my bed. It showed me. Asleep. From above. And in the corner of the photo, blurry but unmistakable, was a hand. Reaching. The caption under the image had been written in red ink. It said, "She knows now." I didn't move right away. I just sat there, staring at the photo on the wall above my bed. The red ink felt fresh, almost wet. My breath came in short, shallow bursts. I didn't want to get closer. I didn't want to confirm what I already knew. She had been in the room, not just watching me, not just showing up in photos. She had stood over me while I slept, and now she remembered. That is what the photo meant, what the red caption confirmed. She knows now. The name carved into the freezer, the new photos, the way the hum had changed. It was all part of something waking up, slowly and intentionally. This wasn't a haunting, it wasn't even revenge. It felt like something older, like a truth rising back up through layers of lies, and I had been the one dumb enough to dig it up. But I couldn't undo it. It had already started. I finally stood and peeled the photo off the wall. My fingers trembled, but I forced myself to touch it. The paper was cool and stiff. It didn't smear. The ink was dry. Someone had placed it there hours ago, maybe even minutes ago, while I slept under it. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat in the hallway outside my bedroom, knees pulled up, back against the wall, eyes on the door. I had no plan, no grand idea of what to do next. Just one clear, heavy thought: this had to end. In the morning, I put on a sweatshirt, wrapped my hands in towels, and opened the freezer for what I decided would be the last time. The bag was still there, barely cold now. The lining had softened. The edges sagged like wet paper. Inside, I could hear a soft slosh, like melted ice shifting. I pulled it out, set it on the kitchen floor, and unzipped it. There were no new photos. No final note. No bones. No body. Nothing but water and a single piece of fabric, folded neatly, almost reverently. It was a girl's nightshirt. The same one from the photos. White, thin, still damp from the thaw. I held it carefully, expecting it to fall apart, but it didn't. It felt solid, real. Just like she had been. I stood there in the kitchen holding that fabric, and for the first time in weeks, I felt something settle. Not peace exactly, just a kind of clarity, a decision forming behind the fear. I needed to know who she was. So I started looking. Not for ghosts. For records. I went to the public library, the city archives, even the police station downtown. I asked for old missing persons files. I told them I was doing research for a project. Most people didn't ask questions. I guess I looked like someone who belonged in front of a microfiche machine. I searched every case in Buffalo from the 1980s through the early 2000s. Any girl around 16 to 20 years old, any cases that went cold, anyone who disappeared and was never found. I found her in an article from 1997. Her name was Lori Hennings. She was 17. Last seen leaving a bus stop on the east side. She never made it home. Her parents put up flyers for 2 years. The police followed every lead they had. Then it just stopped. She became another line in another file drawer, a face in a binder. That was all. But it wasn't all. Someone had taken her, kept her, photographed her as she faded, watched her suffer day after day until the last photo. Last day. Keep her cold. I went home with the article printed in my hand. I sat at the kitchen table and read it over and over until I knew the lines by heart. Then I pulled out every photo I still had, every Polaroid. I laid them out one by one across the floor. It was her. The same eyes, the same tired, defiant stare. Even near the end, even when she could barely sit up, there was something in her that never broke. Someone tried to erase her, tried to seal her in silence. But she remembered, and now so did I. I burned the photos that night. All of them. It took hours. I used a metal trash can, tore the pictures slowly so they would catch faster. The smoke filled the apartment, sharp and chemical, but I didn't stop. I burned the bag too. And the nightshirt, and the name card. I turned off the freezer, unplugged it, rolled it out to the curb and left it there. The next morning, it was gone. I thought maybe that would be it. I thought maybe once it was all destroyed, I would be free of it. But Lori came to me one last time. Not in fear. Not in warning. In thanks. It was a dream, but I think it was more than that. She was standing in the hallway again, but she looked different. Healthy, whole. She was not reaching. She was just there. Looking at me like I had finally done what needed to be done. And then she was gone. After that, the noises stopped. The dreams stopped. The freezer never came back. The photos never reappeared. It was just me again. And a name I would never forget. I still think about her. Sometimes I light a candle. Sometimes I just sit quietly and say her name out loud, like a reminder, not of the fear, but of what was taken from her, and what she made sure no one could ignore. She was not a ghost. She was a girl, and she remembered. So I did too. My name's Elise, and even now, looking back on it, I can't tell you exactly what happened at that birthday party. Trust me, I've tried. I've rolled it around in my head 100 different ways, trying to make sense of something that just won't click into place. I don't expect anyone to believe me, not fully anyway, but I'm going to put it all out here, step by step, and maybe by the end I'll find some explanation that makes sense. Maybe I won't. Probably not. This all started on my daughter Ava's 8th birthday. Ava's not the kind of kid who makes a fuss about birthdays. She's shy, careful, always thinking before she speaks. When she asked for a big party, something we'd never really done before, I thought maybe it was her way of stepping out of her shell, of telling me she was finally ready to open up a bit more. How could I say no to that? We went all out, streamers, balloons, glittering pink and gold everywhere. Ava had picked a unicorn theme, and I'd stayed up half the night before decorating cupcakes, hanging banners, and setting up games in the backyard. We invited every kid from her class. 17 children, plus Ava. I figured some wouldn't show, but they all did. That should have made me happy. But then, around halfway through the party, a man I'd never seen before walked through the front gate into the yard, holding the hand of a little girl. At first glance, he seemed perfectly ordinary tall, neatly dressed in a polo shirt and khakis, the kind of guy who could blend in anywhere. But something felt off. Not dangerous exactly, just out of place. I know every parent from Ava's class by face, if not by name. I didn't know him. I didn't know her. He smiled politely, almost apologetically, as he approached. "Hey, I'm so sorry we're late," he said. His voice was soft, neutral. "She's from another section of the school. Hope you don't mind her joining." I paused, looking down at the girl. She had dark hair, pale skin, and eyes so deep set I couldn't tell if they were brown or black. She didn't smile. She didn't even seem nervous. She just stood there, holding the man's hand loosely, staring directly past me. "What's your name, sweetheart?" I asked. She looked up at the man briefly, as if waiting for permission. He squeezed her hand and nodded, but she still didn't speak. "She's shy," he said, smoothly stepping in. "First party in a while." Something inside me hesitated. Something told me to ask more questions, to press further. But behind me, the children were laughing, and music was playing, and the day felt too bright, too ordinary, for me to make a scene. I didn't want to embarrass her, or Ava. So I nodded. "Of course, she's welcome. There's cake and games." The man smiled again, gentle, detached. "Perfect. I'll be back for her after the party. Thanks so much." And then he was gone, back out the gate and down the driveway. I watched him leave, feeling oddly unsettled, but forcing it aside. When I turned around, the girl had already walked away, drifting silently towards the others. She never joined in the games, didn't eat cake, didn't even speak, really, just hovered quietly near Ava. Once, when they sat together on the edge of the trampoline, I noticed Ava leaning toward her, whispering something. The girl didn't move, didn't even seem to blink as she listened. Ava giggled nervously, looked at me, and then quickly looked away again. I let it go. Later, as parents arrived to pick up their kids, the yard began to empty out. I started tidying up, collecting paper plates and half-empty cups. Ava wandered over, tugging at my shirt. "Mom, where's the girl?" I glanced around. She wasn't there. I assumed her dad had picked her up quietly, slipping back out as unnoticed as he'd arrived. "I guess she left, sweetie." Ava's face scrunched up, looking puzzled. She didn't even say bye. We went inside, exhausted, ready to collapse into bed after a long, chaotic day. As I tucked Ava in, she pulled me close. Her eyes looked strange, too wide, too serious. "Mom," she whispered. "She said something weird." I leaned in closer. "Who, Ava?" "The girl. She asked if she could come back when I'm alone next time." A cold ripple went through me, sudden and sharp. I tried to keep my voice calm. "Did she say why?" Ava shook her head, burrowing deeper into her blankets. She said it quietly, like a secret. She told me not to tell, but I got scared. I kissed her forehead, smoothing her hair back gently. "It's okay, baby. You don't have to worry about it. She probably just wants to play again." But even as I said it, I didn't believe myself. I stayed by Ava's bed long after she fell asleep, watching her breathe, feeling a tightness in my chest I couldn't explain. Later that night, I checked the security camera footage. We have a small camera by the front door installed years ago, after some mail got stolen. I hadn't thought about it all day, too busy with everything else. But now I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something wasn't right. I rewound the footage, scanning quickly until I found the exact moment before guests arrived. And there she was, standing perfectly still at the end of the driveway. Alone, no car, no parent. Just her, tiny and motionless, her eyes fixed blankly ahead. She didn't fidget, didn't pace, didn't even shift her weight from foot to foot. She stood there for 10 straight minutes, frozen, like she was waiting for some signal I couldn't see. When Ava woke up the next morning, the first thing she said was, "My doll is gone." We searched everywhere. Under the bed, in the closet, behind the couch. Nothing. But on Ava's nightstand, exactly where she'd left the doll, there was something else, a small folded piece of paper. My hands shook as I opened it, reading the neat, childlike handwriting. "I had fun. My name's Elise, and as I write this down, trying to figure out exactly where things went wrong, exactly who that little girl was, I still don't have answers. Just questions, endless questions. But one thing I know for certain. She was never invited. She never left the way she came in. And whoever, or whatever she was, I have the horrible feeling that she's not done yet." The days after Ava's party weren't right. Not dramatically wrong, not police cars and neighbors whispering at the mailbox kind of wrong, just quietly off. Like when you wake up and the house feels empty, even though you know someone's home. Like when the radio slips between stations and you hear 2 songs overlapping, never fully catching either. Ava wasn't sleeping well. She didn't tell me directly, but I could see it, the heaviness under her eyes, the way she rubbed at her wrists distractedly when she thought I wasn't looking. Normally, Ava was bright in the mornings, chatty over breakfast and fussy about her toast crusts. But suddenly she became withdrawn, picking silently at her cereal, stirring loops and stars in circles until they turned soggy. At first I chalked it up to the aftermath of the party. Maybe it had overwhelmed her, I thought, or maybe the strange little girl had unsettled her more than she'd let on. But it didn't fade the way things usually do for kids. Instead, it hung around this strange mood, thick and quiet, clouding over her like a shadow. I tried talking about it once, gently, as we brushed our teeth together one night. Ava looked up into the mirror, mouth half full of foam, and just shook her head. She spit carefully into the sink, wiped her mouth, and climbed into bed without another word. Her silence spoke louder than anything else. Then the doll showed up again. It was a Thursday afternoon, nearly a week since the party. I'd just gotten home from picking Ava up at school. She'd gone straight to her room, like she had every day that week, door closed tight behind her. It broke my heart to see her withdrawing into herself again, but I decided to give her some space, to trust she'd talk when she was ready. I was unpacking groceries when I heard her bedroom door slam open, then footsteps pounding down the stairs. She burst into the kitchen, pale and breathless, her eyes wide with panic. "It's back, Mom," she said, voice shaking. "My doll. She put it back." I stopped mid-motion, still clutching a half-empty milk carton. "Who put it back, Ava?" Her lower lip trembled slightly. "I don't know, but it's sitting right in the middle of my bed." I set the milk down and took her hand, forcing myself to breathe slowly. "Let's go see." Her room felt smaller somehow, colder too, despite the afternoon sun filtering through the curtains. And Ava was right. Her doll, the missing one, was sitting upright on the bedspread, placed with careful precision, legs crossed, hands neatly folded in its lap. "Maybe you forgot you found it," I said softly, not believing my own words. Ava shot me a look, almost angry. I backed down immediately. "Sorry, I know you didn't." Ava wouldn't step into the room, hanging back at the doorway, as if the doll itself might jump out at her. "She did it, Mom. She said she would." I felt that cold feeling again, the one that had settled in my stomach since the party. "When did she say that, Ava?" "At the party." Ava swallowed hard. "When we were alone, she said she liked my dolls and she wanted one. I didn't say yes. I didn't say anything." "Did she take it that day?" Ava shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. Maybe." She kept looking at it, though, like she was deciding something. I walked over to the bed, carefully lifting the doll. It felt normal, soft cloth body, plastic head slightly dented from years of play, but there was a scent on it, something faint and unfamiliar. Not perfume, not dirt, something sharper, like rust or stale water. That night, after Ava finally drifted into a restless sleep, I checked the security footage again. There was nothing unusual at first, just the normal blur of activity. Ava and me leaving, returning, mail delivery, passing cars. But at exactly 3:32 p.m., about an hour before we got home, the camera flickered. Static ran across the image, gray bars pulsing and distorting the picture for exactly 6 seconds. Then, just as suddenly, it cleared again, and the front porch was empty. I replayed it 3 times, each time feeling my throat tighten a little more. It wasn't proof of anything, not exactly, but it wasn't right either. I couldn't shake the feeling that the little girl or whoever had brought her had come back. Over the next few days, I caught Ava talking quietly to herself, not like a normal kid inventing stories, but low, urgent whispers, like she was trying to convince someone of something. Whenever I stepped closer, she stopped immediately, her small face turning carefully blank. She started drawing too. Ava had always loved to draw, but now her sketches took on an eerie repetition, page after page of stick figures standing perfectly still, hands clasped in front, eyes wide and empty. Always drawn the same way, always one slightly apart from the others. "Who's this, honey?" I asked one night, pointing to the lone figure. Ava looked at the page briefly, her eyes flat. "You know who it is." She didn't say more. She didn't have to. I began waking up in the middle of the night, certain I'd heard footsteps in the hallway. But whenever I checked, the house stood silent and empty, Ava fast asleep, curled tightly beneath her covers. One night I stayed up, sitting quietly in my room with the door cracked open, waiting. For hours, nothing happened, just the ticking of the hallway clock and the faint hum of the fridge downstairs. Then, just past 2 in the morning, Ava's bedroom door creaked slowly open. I held my breath, watching as she stepped into the hallway, walking slowly and deliberately toward the stairs. Her movements were stiff, oddly mechanical, as though she wasn't fully awake or in control of herself. "Ava," I whispered. She didn't respond, didn't pause, just kept moving steadily, down the stairs, her small silhouette swallowed by the darkness below. I followed quietly, my heart pounding as I reached the bottom step. Ava stood by the front door, facing it, her small hand pressed gently against the wood, head tilted slightly as though listening to someone I couldn't see. "Honey," I said, my voice trembling slightly, "who's there?" Ava didn't turn around, but her voice was clear when she answered. "She says she had fun. She wants to play again." The door handle rattled gently beneath her fingertips, like something outside was testing it. My breath caught sharply. My whole body went rigid as I stepped forward, pulling Ava gently back. "Come on, sweetheart," I whispered, forcing calmness into my voice. "Come upstairs with Mommy." But as I pulled her away, I felt at the door rattling softly again, persistent but patient. Whoever was outside wasn't ready to leave just yet. Neither was Ava. The next morning, everything felt off kilter. The house looked the same, but it felt different, like waking up in a hotel room that's identical to yours, except you know something isn't quite right. After the night I'd had, I couldn't stop watching Ava, trying to decide if she seemed okay. She ate her cereal quietly, kept her eyes lowered, avoided my attempts at small talk, and carefully scooted her spoon around until the cereal turned to mush. When she finally spoke, her voice was small and hesitant. "Mom?" "Yes, sweetie?" She paused, not looking up. "Am I in trouble?" I leaned closer, trying not to let her see how shaky I felt. "No, Ava. Why would you think that?" She stirred her cereal again, eyes flicking briefly toward me, then away. "You looked scared last night. You never look scared." I wasn't scared. I lied, brushing her hair gently from her face. "I just didn't understand what was happening. Were you sleepwalking?" She shrugged lightly, uncertain. "I don't know. I don't remember going downstairs. You said someone was at the door, I pressed softly. Do you remember who? She hesitated, then shook her head quickly, as if shaking away a thought she didn't want. No, nobody. I didn't push it further, not yet. She was already retreating into herself, pulling back from something she couldn't or wouldn't explain. After breakfast, I walked her to school, watched until she disappeared inside, then made a quick stop at the hardware store. I bought a new set of deadbolts and a security bar for the sliding glass door. When I got home, I installed them immediately, fingers shaking a little, feeling irrational and paranoid, but also completely justified. Later that afternoon, I called my friend Lisa. She had a daughter in Ava's class and had been at the party. Lisa was reliable, matter of fact, the kind of person who saw through everything. I trusted her judgment, and honestly, I needed someone else to tell me if I was going crazy. Lisa answered on the third ring. Hey, Elise, everything okay? I took a breath, steadied myself. Sort of. Listen, the party last weekend, you remember that girl who showed up with her dad? There was a pause on her end. Which girl? My stomach dropped slightly. The one nobody recognized. Dark hair, quiet, showed up late. Another pause, longer this time. Then Lisa spoke slowly, like choosing each word carefully. Elise, honey, I don't know who you're talking about. There weren't any unfamiliar kids. I stayed the whole party. My throat tightened. No, Lisa, there was a girl. Her father dropped her off. You have to remember. Elise, she said gently, are you feeling okay? I mean, it was chaotic with so many kids, but I swear I didn't see anyone like that. We exchanged a few more awkward pleasantries and hung up. I stood in the kitchen for a long time afterward, gripping my phone too tightly, heart racing. I knew what I'd seen, who I'd seen. The child had been there, clear as daylight, but somehow no one else remembered her at all. Later that evening, after Ava was safely in bed, I watched the security footage again. This time, I paid closer attention, rewinding slowly through the hours before and after the party, looking for anything unusual, any small detail I'd overlooked. But every frame looked exactly the same, exactly how I remembered. Except for one thing. When the camera flickered again, I paused and leaned closer. I moved through it frame by frame, and just as the static cleared, in the corner of the footage something shifted slightly at the edge of the porch. At first glance, it looked like nothing, a shadow maybe, or a leaf blowing past. But when I replayed it slowly, I saw clearly what it was. A small, pale hand reaching briefly into frame, like it was touching the railing. My breathing quickened. I played the footage again and again. The more I watched it, the more certain I was. It was a child's hand, reaching, testing, then pulling away. Never fully stepping into view. I shut the laptop abruptly, heart pounding. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, Ava stayed home. She complained of a headache and a stomach ache, and I didn't question it. She stayed in bed, quiet, withdrawn, coloring those same strange drawings, row after row of silent figures, eyes empty and staring straight ahead. I called the school, told them Ava was sick, and then spent the morning pacing, checking the locks repeatedly, feeling trapped inside my own home. I considered going somewhere else, a hotel, my sister's place out of state, but something inside me resisted. Running felt like admitting I was scared, and admitting I was scared felt like giving whatever this was more power. Around noon, Ava wandered downstairs quietly, clutching her sketch pad tightly to her chest. She stood in the kitchen doorway, hesitant, shifting from one foot to the other. "Mom?" I set down my coffee, forcing a calm smile. "Yeah, honey? Do you think she's coming back?" I swallowed, throat dry. "Who?" "You know who," she whispered. Her voice was almost pleading. "The girl. The one who took my doll." My hands felt cold. "I don't know, Ava, but she can't get in. I made sure." She stared at me, eyes wide, solemn, too knowing for her age. Locks won't stop her. Something in her tone sent a chill through me, deeper than anything before. "Why would you say that?" Ava hesitated, then placed her sketch pad carefully on the kitchen table, flipping it open to a page near the back. The drawing was darker this time, more detailed. It showed our house, sketched roughly in pencil, but standing at the edge of the yard was a small figure. She'd drawn her with dark hair, black eyes staring directly forward. Her feet hovered slightly above the ground. Underneath, Ava had written 3 words in shaky letters. "She's already here." "Ava," I whispered, "what does this mean?" She shook her head, eyes watery. "I don't know. I didn't mean to draw that." I knelt down, pulling her close. "It's okay, sweetheart. It's going to be okay." But even as I held her, even as I spoke comforting words, I barely believed myself. I glanced at the drawing again. That small, silent figure floating above the ground, staring at us from the page. That afternoon, I called Lisa again, asked if Ava could stay at her house overnight. I didn't explain fully, but Lisa agreed immediately, sensing my desperation. I packed Ava's overnight bag carefully, kissed her forehead, and watched Lisa drive her away. Then I sat in the empty house, alone, watching shadows lengthen along the walls, listening carefully to every sound, and waiting for whatever was already there. After Lisa drove away with Ava, the house suddenly felt emptier than I ever remembered it. Not quiet exactly, I could still hear the fridge humming, the soft creak of old floorboards, the distant ticking of the hallway clock, but hollow, like it was holding its breath along with me, waiting for something to happen. I spent the first hour just pacing. The rooms felt different now, bigger somehow, colder. I kept glancing at Ava's drawings, scattered across the table, reminding myself that I'd made the right choice sending her away, even if I still couldn't explain why. As the evening dragged on, I cleaned the kitchen 3 separate times, reorganized the bookshelf, then went upstairs to change Ava's sheets. It was mindless work, something to keep my hands busy and my thoughts quiet, even though it didn't really help. Eventually, I sat down on the edge of her bed, running my hands over the pink cotton sheets, feeling oddly guilty, like I'd let her down somehow, even though I knew that didn't make sense. Just after 10, Lisa called to tell me Ava had fallen asleep watching a movie. "She's okay," Lisa said gently. "You sound like you needed to hear that." "I did," I admitted quietly. "Thanks." "You sure you're all right, Elise?" I hesitated. "Not really, but it's not something I can explain." Lisa paused. "You can try." But I couldn't, not without sounding insane. "Maybe later," I finally said, and ended the call. By 11:30, the house felt unbearably still. I stood in the kitchen, considering making tea, then decided it was pointless and just headed upstairs instead. Every sound felt louder as I climbed the stairs, the floorboards creaking sharply, the faint scrape of branches against the window. At the top I hesitated, listening hard. The house had settled into complete silence now, and it felt heavy, oppressive, like the air itself was thickening. I walked slowly toward Ava's room again, pulled by a vague but insistent feeling. The door was open just slightly, exactly how I'd left it, but something about that narrow gap felt wrong, like a breath held too long. I pushed the door wider, stepping carefully inside. The first thing I noticed was the chill. The air felt damp, heavier than it should have, almost stale, as if someone had left a window open after a storm. I moved to the window quickly, double-checking the lock, but it was secure. Turning back to the room, I noticed something else immediately. Ava's doll, the one that had vanished and returned, was no longer on her bed where I'd left it. Instead, it sat upright in the small rocking chair in the corner, angled slightly toward me. Its plastic eyes stared blankly forward, empty and glassy, reflecting the dim moonlight from the window. My chest tightened. Slowly, forcing myself to stay calm, I approached the doll. As I picked it up, it felt oddly heavy, denser, colder somehow. Without thinking, I flipped it over, turning it in my hands. That's when I saw it. On the doll's back, barely visible in the dimness, were 3 faint scratches, thin, parallel lines, like they'd been carved delicately with something sharp. They weren't random. They looked deliberate, purposeful. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at them for a long moment, trying desperately to convince myself they were meaningless. A child's careless play, but something deep inside me knew better. I set the doll down carefully, fighting back a wave of panic, and stepped away. I didn't want to stay in that room any longer, but I also didn't want to leave it unwatched. So I found myself retreating just enough to sit in the hallway, my back against the wall, eyes never fully leaving Ava's door. I wasn't sure exactly what I expected to see, but I knew I couldn't sleep. The hours stretched endlessly, slipping past midnight, then 1, then 2, the house stubbornly quiet, until I finally began drifting into a restless, half-awake state. Not quite sleeping, not quite awake, caught somewhere between exhaustion and hyper-awareness. That's when I heard it. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, a soft rustling sound, coming from somewhere downstairs, like fabric brushing against furniture. Instantly awake, my heart started hammering. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound continued, steady, deliberate, rhythmic. Slowly, I rose to my feet and moved toward the stairs. Each step felt shaky beneath me, like walking on ice that could crack at any moment. The rustling grew clearer as I reached the bottom step. It was coming from the living room. As I rounded the corner, I froze. The television, which I'd left off all evening, was on, muted, casting shifting colors across the walls. But it wasn't the TV that held my attention. Sitting in the center of the couch was Ava's doll. Upright, arms neatly positioned, facing the blank screen. I felt a sharp spike of fear, but before I could move, the doll shifted slightly. It didn't fall, It didn't topple. It moved as if adjusting itself. Then the screen flickered abruptly, static hissing softly through the silence. I took a half step forward, pulse racing, ready to snatch the doll and throw it outside or burn it, anything but suddenly the static cut out completely, replaced by a steady, high-pitched ringing. And then, very softly, from behind me, I heard Ava's voice. "Mommy?" I whipped around, heart nearly stopping, but the room behind me was empty. No Ava, just shadows, empty chairs, and silence. I rushed through the house, checking every room, every door, every lock. Ava wasn't there. Of course she wasn't. She was safely at Lisa's, miles away. But I had heard her voice clearly, unmistakably, calling to me. Shaking badly, I called Lisa immediately. She answered on the first ring, sleep thick in her voice. "Elise, it's almost 3. What's wrong?" "Lisa, is Ava okay? Please check her." I heard movement, then Lisa murmured softly, "She's right here, Elise. She's asleep. She's fine." I exhaled sharply, relief and confusion mingling painfully. Thank God. Sorry, Lisa. I must have dreamed something. "Go to sleep," Lisa said gently. "Ava's fine. You're exhausted." After hanging up, I stood in the darkened living room, watching the doll again. It was motionless now, lifeless plastic and cloth once more, its eyes reflecting nothing. But just before I turned away, I saw something else, something subtle enough that I nearly missed it entirely. Its head tilted slightly, just a fraction toward the window, towards something outside. Slowly, I moved to the window, peering into the dark yard beyond. There, just beyond the porch railing, standing silently in the moonlight, was the little girl from the party. She stood perfectly still, her eyes dark and unblinking, looking directly at me. And behind her, just beyond the light, a taller shadow waited, watching quietly, patiently. They had come back. And this time, Ava wasn't here to distract them. This time they had come for me. I stood frozen at the window, barely breathing, heart racing so hard I could feel it in my throat. The girl stood perfectly still, hands loose at her sides, staring directly at me through the glass. Behind her, the taller figure, just a shadowy outline, waited patiently, half hidden in darkness. They didn't move. Neither did I. We just watched each other silently, caught in a tense, fragile moment. I had no idea how long we stayed like that, a minute, 5 minutes, but finally, the taller figure shifted slightly, melting back into the shadows. Then the girl turned slowly, calmly, and began to walk away. I watched her retreat until the darkness swallowed her completely. Then I sank onto the couch, trembling. My mind scrambled desperately, trying to piece together what had just happened, why it had happened, and who or what was behind this. I'd never believed in ghosts or demons, never given much thought to anything supernatural, but now, the calm certainty I'd always felt about reality had cracked. Something had come to my house, something not quite right, something that wanted Ava. Or wanted me. I didn't sleep again that night, couldn't even consider it. Instead, I sat rigid on the couch, clutching Ava's doll, now limp and cold again, half expecting to see it move, half convinced I'd finally lost my mind completely. By morning, the house felt drained, as if something had finally let go. Sunlight spilled weakly through the blinds, making the shadows retreat, and for a few minutes, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Almost. Then Lisa texted me, asking if Ava was staying another night. I stared at the message, trying to decide how to reply. My first instinct was to bring Ava home, keep her close, never let her out of my sight again. But another part of me, deep, primal, protective, insisted that Ava was safer away from whatever was happening here. I told Lisa to keep her one more night. Then I called my mom. My mom has always been practical, never superstitious, always steady. She listened without interrupting as I poured everything out. The party, the girl, the drawings, Ava's sleepwalking, the doll moving, and the figures outside. When I finished, there was a long silence. "Elise," she finally said, her voice carefully neutral, "have you considered calling the police?" "To say what, Mom? That a doll moved by itself? That a child nobody else remembers showed up at Ava's birthday party?" My voice cracked slightly. "They'll think I'm crazy." She sighed gently. "I believe you, Elise. I don't understand it, but I believe you. Maybe it's time you came home for a bit, both you and Ava." Part of me wanted to say yes, immediately, to pack our things and leave everything behind. But the other part, stubborn, frightened, determined, resisted. Leaving felt too much like giving in, admitting that whatever this was had beaten me. "I'll think about it," I promised quietly, then ended the call. As the afternoon wore on, I cleaned obsessively. It wasn't logical, but it helped, gave me something to control, something concrete to focus on. Every window, every door frame, every inch of Ava's room got scrubbed until my knuckles hurt and the scent of bleach filled the house. When the sun began to set, anxiety coiled tighter in my stomach. The idea of spending another night alone was unbearable, but bringing Ava back here felt reckless. I found myself trapped between two impossible choices. Eventually, the need to see Ava overpowered my fear. I texted Lisa, thanked her again, and said I'd come by in the morning to pick her up. Then, with nothing left to do but wait, I turned every light in the house on, curled up on the couch, and stared blankly at the TV. I must have dozed off, because the sudden knocking startled me awake. For a split second I thought maybe Lisa had brought Ava home early, but when I looked at the clock, it was past midnight. Heart pounding, I slowly approached the front door, peering cautiously through the peephole. Nobody there. I waited, ears straining. The house remained silent. Then the knock came again, not from the front door this time, but from the back, softer and steadier, almost rhythmic. I moved quietly toward the kitchen, pulse hammering in my ears, breathing shallow and quick. Through the kitchen window, I could just make out a shadowy outline standing on the back porch, too small for an adult, motionless in the pale glow from the porch light. My chest tightened painfully. "Who's there?" I called, voice shaking slightly. No response, just the soft, patient knocking again. I stood there, paralyzed, torn between opening the door and running away. After several agonizing seconds, the knocking stopped abruptly. The shadow stepped backward slowly, calmly, until it disappeared beyond the reach of the porch light. For a moment, nothing moved. Then I felt something behind me, a faint rustle, a whisper of air. My heart nearly stopped as I spun around. Ava's doll was sitting on the kitchen table now, facing the window. I felt dizzy, disoriented, like reality was slipping away. Grabbing the doll roughly, I marched straight to the trash can, shoved it inside, and slammed the lid shut, breathing heavily. Just as I stepped back, the porch light flickered once, twice, then went dark completely. The house plunged into sudden, suffocating darkness. My breath caught painfully. I stumbled backward, feeling blindly for my phone, but before I could reach it, I heard footsteps, small, careful footsteps moving slowly toward the back door. And then, very quietly, the back door handle rattled again, gently testing the lock. I held my breath, frozen in place, praying the locks would hold. Then, from just outside the door, I heard a voice. A child's voice, soft, calm, and eerily familiar. "Can I come in now?" I recognized it instantly, the little girl from Ava's party. "No," I whispered, barely able to speak. "Please, just leave." A pause, then she spoke again, closer this time, almost against the glass. "But she invited me." My body shook violently. No, she didn't. You have to go." For a moment, there was silence, long and heavy. Then, in a softer, stranger tone, the girl replied, "She will, though, soon." I waited, frozen, but no more sounds came. Eventually, I forced myself to move, stumbling to the phone, calling Lisa again in a panic. Lisa answered, sleepy and confused, but quickly sensed my terror. "Ava's right here, Elise," she reassured me. "She's sleeping. Nothing's happened here." "Please don't let her out of your sight," I pleaded. "Just please." "I won't," Lisa promised. "I'm right here." After hanging up, I sank to the kitchen floor, sobbing softly, shaking uncontrollably. I knew now, with terrifying certainty, that whatever this thing was, whatever it wanted, it wasn't done. Not with Ava. And not with me. By dawn, I knew exactly what I had to do. The sun rose slow and pale, its weak light chasing the shadows away, inch by careful inch. It didn't calm me, exactly, but it gave me just enough clarity to finally make a decision. I had tried ignoring it, tried rationalizing it, tried running from it. None of that had worked. So now I was going to face it head on. After making sure Ava was safe still with Lisa, who agreed without hesitation to keep her as long as necessary, I spent the morning going through the house methodically, looking for anything out of place. Anything strange or left behind. The doll stayed in the trash, unmoving now, just another piece of unwanted garbage, though I half expected it to turn up again somewhere else. It didn't. I searched every corner, every closet, every drawer. I felt ridiculous, paranoid, driven by something I still couldn't fully name or understand, but I had to try. By late morning, the house felt stripped bare, emptied of secrets. I stood in the middle of Ava's room one last time, looking around at all the familiar things, her stuffed animals lined neatly on shelves, her books carefully stacked, and her drawings, the unsettling ones, still scattered across her desk. Then my eyes fell on something tucked between the mattress and the bed frame, something small, pale, nearly invisible. My heart skipped painfully as I reached slowly toward it, fingertips brushing against the thin edge of paper. Carefully, I pulled it out. It was another note, folded neatly just like before. My hand shook slightly as I opened it, revealing handwriting that matched the first note Ava had found. She said yes. My stomach twisted, sick and tight. I felt like screaming, like collapsing, like breaking down entirely, but instead, I folded the note carefully and slipped it into my pocket, feeling oddly calm now. Whatever was happening, whatever this girl or thing was, it had chosen us for a reason, and I was determined to find out why. That afternoon, I drove straight to Ava's school, asked quietly if I could speak privately to Mrs. Carter, Ava's teacher. She took one look at my face and immediately led me into a small office down the hall, closing the door gently behind us. "Elise," she began softly, "is everything okay? Ava hasn't seemed herself lately." "I know," I said, voice strained. "Have you ever seen Ava with a girl from another class, dark-haired, quiet, someone nobody seems to recognize?" Mrs. Carter paused, brow furrowed, thinking carefully. "I don't think so, no. Ava mostly keeps to herself. She's been even quieter than usual since the party, actually." "Do you remember her talking about anyone new?" I asked, desperate now. "Anyone at all? Someone she might have invited privately?" She shook her head slowly. "I'm sorry, Elise. I haven't noticed anything like that. Ava hasn't mentioned anyone." Defeated, I thanked her and left, feeling emptier than ever. I sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, fighting the urge to cry, to scream in frustration. But as the minutes ticked by, something slowly crystallized in my mind. It didn't matter where the girl came from or why nobody remembered her. She was real enough for us. And now, Ava had unknowingly invited her in. That night, I brought Ava home. Lisa tried to convince us to stay longer, but I felt strongly that we couldn't avoid this forever. Ava held my hand tightly as we stepped inside, her eyes nervously scanning every corner, as if she expected something to leap out at us from the shadows. The house was silent, though, almost unnaturally so. I cooked dinner quietly, Ava barely touching her food. When bedtime came, I sat beside her on the bed, gently brushing her hair away from her face. She looked up at me solemnly, her eyes too serious for an 8-year-old. "Mom," she said softly, "she's going to come back tonight. I know it." I took a slow breath, steadied my voice. "I know, sweetie." Ava stared at me, surprised. "You do?" "Yes," I said calmly, squeezing her hand. "And when she does, I'm going to talk to her. You don't have to worry anymore." She hesitated, eyes wide with worry. "But she wants me, Mom." "She can't have you," I whispered, kissing her forehead. "I promise." She fell asleep eventually, exhausted by fear and worry, curled tightly beneath the blankets. I sat beside her bed in the dark, listening closely to every creak, every whisper of the house settling around us, waiting. It was nearly 2 a.m. when the knocking came again, soft but unmistakable, this time at Ava's bedroom window. My heart leapt into my throat, but I forced myself to stand calmly, crossing to the window slowly. And there she was, standing perfectly still in the moonlight, dark eyes staring directly into mine. I opened the window slowly, just a few inches, my voice trembling slightly. "What do you want?" She tilted her head gently, considering me, her expression flat and empty. "To play," she finally said softly. "You can't," I whispered firmly. "Not here. Not with Ava. You need to leave." She shook her head slightly, almost sadly. "I can't. She already said yes." "No," I insisted, heart pounding. "I'm her mother. She didn't understand what she was agreeing to. It doesn't count." The girl stepped closer, face pressed near the glass, but she meant it. "Please," I whispered, desperate, "just leave her alone." She paused again, long enough for my pulse to hammer painfully in my chest. Then she spoke quietly, almost thoughtfully. "I could take something else instead." I froze. "What do you mean?" She met my gaze steadily. "You could say yes instead. That's fair." My stomach clenched violently, but as I glanced back toward Ava's bed, peaceful in sleep, untouched for now, I knew instantly there was no choice, not really. "Yes," I whispered, voice breaking slightly. "If you leave Ava alone, I'll say yes." For the first time she smiled gently, softly, as if relieved. Then, without another word, she stepped away from the window and disappeared into the darkness. Immediately, the room felt lighter, clearer somehow. When I turned around, Ava stirred slightly, eyes opening halfway. "Mommy?" "Go back to sleep, sweetheart," I whispered, leaning over and kissing her gently. She sighed softly, turning back over, instantly peaceful again. I sat quietly beside her bed until dawn finally broke, bright and clear, washing the shadows fully away. After that night, everything changed. Ava began sleeping soundly again, her eyes brighter, her laughter returning slowly. The house felt normal again, safe, warm, like a nightmare finally lifted. But I knew better. Because from that night on, whenever I'm alone, I feel it, the quiet, watchful presence somewhere nearby, waiting patiently. Ava never mentions her again, as if the girl never existed. But I remember. And I understand now. Because whatever that girl was, she kept her promise. She left Ava alone. And now, every night, when the house settles quietly into sleep, I wait calmly, patiently, for the soft knocking to come again. Because she wasn't finished. Not with Ava, and certainly not with me. She's simply waiting, and I've already said yes. This is probably one of those things I'll regret writing down, but it's been clawing at the back of my head for weeks now. I don't know how else to make sense of it. Maybe if I try to lay it out plainly, like a report or a journal or whatever, it'll stop rattling around in my chest. I haven't told anyone yet. Not because I'm scared of how it sounds okay. Maybe partly that, but mostly because I still don't understand it myself. And the more I think about it, the more I start wondering if maybe that's the point. That I'm not supposed to understand it. That someone else understood it for me and just never told me. So, here's the beginning. Last winter, I started going to therapy. Not for anything dramatic, no breakdown, no crisis. Just the slow kind of unraveling you don't notice until you realize you haven't really looked anyone in the eyes for a month and a half. The kind of silence that grows roots in your house when you stop having conversations out loud. I was sleeping too much, avoiding people, letting messages pile up unread. You know that feeling when your brain feels too loud and too flat at the same time? That's where I was. I booked an intake appointment at a clinic in Back Bay. Place looked nice online. Clean office, light wood furniture, those little off-white throw blankets that make everything look like an ad for herbal tea. My therapist's name was Dr. Mara. She looked like the kind of person who could talk to a crowd without checking her notes. Warm smile, soft voice, but very precise. I always got the feeling she noticed more than she let on. We met once a week for about 3 months. It was fine. Some sessions were better than others. I wasn't great at opening up, but she never pushed. She'd ask a question, let it hang there, and if I didn't want to touch it, she'd just nod and make a note. Nothing strange ever happened. No creepy vibes, no weird advice, just standard stuff, anxiety management, cognitive reframing, small behavioral goals. She gave me breathing exercises and told me to try walking without headphones once in a while. That was it. Then work changed. My schedule flipped, and I couldn't make the Thursday slot anymore. I called to reschedule, but they didn't have availability for weeks, so I decided to switch clinics. No big deal. I asked for a copy of my file, partly for continuity, partly because I thought maybe it would be good to actually read how I'd been doing. It took about 10 days. They mailed it in a thin white envelope with one of those peel and stick closures. It didn't feel heavy enough to matter. I opened it at my kitchen table while my tea was steeping. There were maybe 15 pages. Most of it looked normal: appointment dates, intake forms, symptom scales. My handwriting on the initial worksheet. I flipped through it casually at first, skimming more than reading. Then I started to slow down. Some of the session summaries felt unfamiliar. Like this one, patient describes dreams as layered, claims that sometimes he wakes up inside another dream before actually waking. I remember talking vaguely about bad sleep, but I never said anything about layered dreams. That's not even something I've experienced. It didn't sound like me. A few pages later, another one. Subject reports movement in house at night, despite living alone. Indicates belief that someone may be entering through wall spaces. That one stopped me completely. I never said that. I've never said that to anyone. Because that's not my fear. I don't believe that. I've never believed that. And I sure as hell didn't tell Dr. Mara something like that. At first, I figured it had to be a mistake. Maybe they mixed up notes. Maybe someone else's file got merged with mine. It happens. Offices lose stuff, misfile things. I kept flipping through, trying to find something with a different name, but every page had mine at the top. The same header, the same patient ID. There were more entries like that. Patient identifies low-frequency vibration in flooring beneath bed, describes it as a purring that is not mechanical. Subject makes passing comment about additional door in apartment, but cannot locate it again after waking. Believes dreams are being observed, suggests the presence of a monitoring system. I felt sick. My hands were shaking. I remember putting the pages down and stepping away from the table, just walking into the bathroom and turning the faucet on, even though I didn't need it. I looked at myself in the mirror and tried to remember if I'd said anything even remotely close to that. I hadn't. I knew I hadn't. I sat back down, flipped to the last page. There was one more note, handwritten. Patient unconcerned about second presence observed during sessions. Subject unaware. That was all it said. Below it, paper clipped to the bottom corner, was a printed photo. Standard printer paper, slightly blurry, A photo taken from inside the office. I could tell by the wallpaper, the plant in the corner, the little framed quote on the shelf behind me. It was a shot of me sitting on the couch, facing forward. Only, in the reflection of the window behind me, there was someone else, blurred, standing just over my left shoulder, too tall to be Dr. Mara, too close to not be noticed, but I never saw them. I don't remember how long I sat there staring at that photo. The reflection didn't even make sense. The figure was too solid, too defined for how soft the lighting was in that office. I kept telling myself maybe it was a coat on a rack or a trick of the blinds or something I just never noticed in person. But that wasn't it. I knew that. The posture was too precise. You could see the shoulders, the faint curve of a jaw. Even though the face was blurred, it was unmistakably someone. Not a shadow, not a jacket, a person. And I had no memory of them being in the room with me. I flipped the pages back again, searching for something, a name, a reference, anything that could explain why there were notes I didn't recognize, observations that didn't belong to me. None of it helped. Every page insisted I'd said these things, and Dr. Mara never once made it seem like anything unusual was happening. If she noticed someone else in the room, she hadn't mentioned it aloud. And maybe that was the worst part, that the notes weren't surprised, that they read like clinical observations of something expected, as if my obliviousness was the anomaly. I ended up spreading the pages across my kitchen table in sequence, trying to find a pattern. The entries that felt wrong didn't start right away. The first 2 or 3 sessions read like I remembered them. Mentions of anxiety, trouble concentrating, some insomnia. Then around week 4, the language started shifting. Not obviously, but the tone got colder, more observational. Phrases like subject presence instead of patient feels. Words like monitoring, unaware, presence. The language of study, not therapy. It made me think of those weird internet stories you sometimes see about people finding journals or files where they're being written about in third person. How something so small, a switch in phrasing, can make it feel like the ground underneath you is moving. I tried to call the clinic. No answer. It rang 6 times, then dropped to a generic voicemail. I left a message. Just asked them to call me back. Didn't say what it was about. I thought about calling Dr. Mara directly, but she never gave out her personal number. Everything went through the front desk. So I waited. The next day, I went by in person. The clinic looked the same. Same soft lighting, same front desk plants, same quiet music playing from somewhere out of sight. A different receptionist was there. Young, polite, new. I asked if Dr. Mara was in. The girl blinked and said, "She doesn't work here anymore." That stopped me cold. I asked when she left. Couple months ago, I think, before I started. They didn't say much, just that she left suddenly. I asked where she went. She didn't know. I asked if I could speak to someone else, a manager, a director, anybody. She said they were all in a meeting. The way she said it, too quick, like she'd been trained, made me feel like she'd already had that conversation with other people, that other patients had come back looking for someone who wasn't there. I left without pushing. It didn't feel like the kind of place that gave you real answers if you asked too many questions. When I got back home, the folder of notes was gone. I had left it on the table, exactly where I'd spread them out. I hadn't touched them since. At first, I thought maybe I misplaced them, that I'd moved them in a haze of anxiety. I tore the apartment apart, checked the trash, checked behind the fridge, nothing. They were just gone. Except for one thing. The photo. It was still on the floor under the table, half crumpled, like it had fallen when I stood up the night before. I picked it up carefully, smoothed it out, looked again at the reflection in the glass. Still there. Same figure, same placement, just over my left shoulder, angled like they were watching me from behind, close enough to touch. This time I noticed something I hadn't before. In the reflection, my mouth was open slightly, like I was talking, but I hadn't been talking in that session. I remember that one clearly. It was one of those days where I couldn't find the words. I just sat there with my hands in my lap while Dr. Mara wrote notes and occasionally looked up to nod. But in the photo I was mid-sentence. And the reflection behind me? Its mouth was open too. Not wide, just enough to mimic mine, like it was speaking with me, or for me. I dropped the photo and backed away from it like it had burned me. And the worst part? When I picked it up again later and looked closer, the angle of the mouth had changed. The thing about noticing something once is that you start noticing it everywhere. After the photo, I kept telling myself I'd imagined it, that I'd misremembered the session, that maybe my mouth had moved slightly, maybe I'd sighed or whispered or done something small that got frozen wrong in the frame, that the figure's mouth, whatever that even was, had just looked open because of a smudge or motion blur or the lighting hitting glass in the wrong way. But then it changed. I know how crazy that sounds, I really do, but I left the photo on my desk overnight, and the next morning I looked again, same figure, same window reflection, and the expression was different. Barely, but enough. The mouth had widened, not into a smile, just stretched, more open, more engaged, and now the eyes, or the area where the eyes would have been, looked darker, deeper, like something had sunk further inward. I took a picture of the photo with my phone, just in case. I wanted to make sure I wasn't misremembering. I compared it to how it looked earlier. It wasn't identical. It was like a new frame in a video. Just the next moment, I told myself I was losing it, that it was stress, sleep deprivation, projection. I hadn't been eating right. I hadn't been talking to anyone. I was probably reading too much into a bad photocopy. That happens. People see faces in static. I tried to let it go. But something about the way the photo stayed on my desk bothered me. Not just its presence, but its placement. Every time I came back into the room, it felt like it had shifted slightly. Like it was edging toward the side, slowly, one movement at a time. I threw it out, folded it in half, dropped it in the trash, and took the bag outside right away. I stood at the edge of the dumpster for longer than I needed to, making sure it landed under everything else. I walked away fast and didn't look back. That night, I dreamed of the office. Not in full detail, just fragments. The couch, the shelves, the soft lighting, but darker now. More shadows than there had been in real life. The window had no view, just black glass. And I wasn't sitting alone. The dream version of me was still, hands in lap, mouth shut. But something behind me wasn't. The shape, whatever it was, had hands on the sides of my head. Not pressing, just resting, like it was teaching me how to sit, how to hold still, how to wait. When I woke up, I was facing the wall. I never sleep that way. The photo was back on the desk, folded in half. Same crease I'd made. Same smoothed out look, like it had been handled too many times. And the face? The mouth was completely open now. Not wide. Not screaming. Just enough to show a hint of teeth. That day, I went back to the clinic. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't have a plan. I just needed to see the room again. The receptionist was someone new again. I told her I was a former patient and needed to pick up some insurance forms. She looked confused but let me in, said someone would be with me shortly. Then she answered the phone and looked away. I didn't wait. I walked straight past the front desk and turned the corner toward the hallway. The offices were mostly closed, but the last one on the left, Dr. Mara's old room, was cracked open. I pushed it gently, and it was the same. Exactly the same. Same couch. Same framed print of a forest. Same window. I stepped inside slowly. The air smelled faintly of lavender and printer ink. I walked toward the window and looked at the glass. No reflection. Just gray sky and the blurred shape of a brick building across the street. I sat on the couch. Same cushion give, same creak. I sat the way I had in the photo. Hands folded. Facing forward. Mouth closed. And then I heard it. A sound behind me. Soft. Familiar. A breath. Not mine. Not in my head. Close. I didn't turn around. I stayed exactly as I was. And slowly, very slowly, I lifted my phone and opened the camera. Turned it to front-facing. Held it just high enough to see behind me in the frame. And there it was. Not a face. Not even a full figure. Just a shape. A suggestion of someone leaning forward behind me. Not touching me, but there. As if it had always been there. As if it was me. I stood up, left the room without a word, and walked home in silence. I haven't told anyone. I haven't gone back. But I still check my phone camera and mirrors sometimes, just to be sure. And every once in a while, I catch something just at the edge of the frame. Not reflected. Just present. Waiting. I kept telling myself it could still be a trick of the light. A reflection layered on top of a shadow. An echo of movement behind me, captured at just the right moment. But the more I tried to explain it away, the more I realized how thin those explanations were. I wasn't scared in a horror movie way. I wasn't screaming or running or calling anyone. I was just tired. Like the fear had moved in quietly and unpacked its things, and now I was just learning to live around it, I didn't delete the photo I took in the therapist's office. I should have. I knew that. But instead, I'd find myself opening it, staring at it, zooming in a little more each time, trying to decide whether the shape behind me was moving between views. I'd close it, swear to myself I was done, and then check it again a few hours later. It never changed, not exactly, but I started to get the feeling that it was aware of being looked at, and that maybe it didn't mind. The photo wasn't the only thing acting strange. My apartment started feeling different too. It was subtle at first, a book slightly out of place, a chair not tucked in the same way I left it, the feeling that the fridge door had been opened while I was out. Nothing big enough to call proof, just small things that made me feel like I was being nudged. I stopped using the overhead light in my bedroom because I couldn't stand seeing my own reflection at night. Not in the mirror, not in the window, because sometimes when I moved, it didn't move with me, at least not right away. And when I lay down to sleep, I kept getting the urge to look over my shoulder, like something was behind me, hovering just past my periphery. It got worse when I found the file. Not the one from the clinic. This was something else. I was clearing space off my laptop and found a folder tucked into a temp directory with a name I didn't recognize, just a string of random letters. I opened it without thinking, assuming it was junk. Inside were 4 documents, all .txt files, all named with dates. The earliest was from the week I started therapy. The first few lines made me think it was some leftover journal file, maybe something I'd written and forgotten about. But the tone wasn't right. It wasn't in my voice. It was about me, but not from me. Subject exhibited mild anxiety during intake, avoided eye contact when asked about past trauma, responds well to direct questions, minimal resistance, unaware of passive presence during initial session. That phrase again. Passive presence. The more I read, the worse it got. Each file documented a different session. Only the first one matched anything I remembered. The rest, they were different. Observations of my behavior, the temperature of the room, the amount of noise from the hallway, comments about when I blinked, when I paused too long between sentences, mentions of subject failing to recognize mirrored expression shift. I read that one twice. Mirrored expression shift. Like something was responding with me, or through me. The final file ended abruptly, just a single sentence. Integration pending. I sat with that for a long time. I didn't delete the files. I couldn't. Something about them felt unfinished. Or maybe that's what they wanted me to feel, like there was more to come, like the last page hadn't been written yet, and I was expected to play it out in real time. That night, I turned every mirror in the apartment toward the wall, even the ones in the medicine cabinet. I turned my phone camera around with tape, unplugged the webcam on my laptop. I didn't want to see myself reflected back. I didn't want to know if the thing I was becoming wasn't me anymore. I tried calling the clinic again, just to hear a voice. The number was disconnected. I Googled Dr. Mara. Nothing. No forwarding address, no new practice, no LinkedIn. It was like she'd never existed outside of that room. A few days later, someone knocked at my door. Not hard, just a soft, even rhythm. 2 knocks, then a pause, 2 more. I didn't answer. They didn't leave. I stayed still for what felt like forever, sitting cross-legged on the floor, staring at the bottom edge of the door like something might slide under it. Eventually, the knocking stopped. I didn't go outside for the rest of the day. That night I dreamed again. Same office, same chair. Only this time, I wasn't the one in it. I was standing behind myself, watching. The me in the chair looked pale, dull, a copy that had faded one layer too far. And behind him, behind me, stood the shape again. Closer now. One hand resting lightly on the shoulder. Not heavy, not threatening. Just settled. Like it belonged there. Like it had always belonged there. I didn't sleep after that dream. I just laid there in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to my own breath, and wondering if it was the only breath in the room. It felt like something was sitting in the corner, just out of view, waiting for me to acknowledge it. I didn't look. I didn't move. I just stayed still and tried to convince myself that whatever I had seen in dreams, in reflections, in notes I didn't remember speaking, had to be some kind of dissociation, some trick of the mind stretching itself thin. I stopped going to work after that. I told them I was sick, and at first they were understanding. Then came the emails, the check-ins. I didn't answer. I couldn't explain what was going on without sounding like I'd cracked. And in a way, I wasn't sure I hadn't. But even the thought of going outside made me feel like I'd be stepping into a copy of the world that wasn't quite right anymore. Like everything was running a few seconds behind the real version, and if I looked at anything too closely, I'd see where the edges didn't line up. I started talking out loud again, just around the apartment, little things. I'm making coffee now. I'm going to bed. I'm not looking at the mirror. I didn't mean to, it just started happening. I think I wanted to hear myself, to remind myself that I still had a voice, that I was still me, but after a while, I started feeling like I wasn't alone in the conversation. Like someone was waiting for their turn to speak, not echoing, just mirroring. The apartment got colder. No reason for it. The thermostat was fine, but I'd wake up with the kind of chill you feel when someone opens a door in another room and lets the night inside. And sometimes I'd walk past a mirror, I'd turn to the wall, and I'd swear I felt heat radiating from the glass, like the thing on the other side had breath, like it had weight. One morning I woke up to find my phone on the floor next to the bed, camera app open, front-facing. I hadn't touched it. I always charge it on the nightstand. The battery was dead, but when I plugged it in, the last thing open was the photo gallery. A new folder had been created. No name, no icon, just a black square. Inside it were 6 photos. All of me, sleeping, taken from eye level, a few feet away. Same angle in each one. In the 5th photo, my mouth was slightly open. In the 6th, the photo was darker, not in exposure but in tone, like the light in the room had been sucked out or pushed away. I was still in bed. But in the lower corner of the frame, just near my elbow, was a hand. Not touching me. Not mine. Just there. Resting on the blanket. Pale. Unmoving. I don't remember sleeping with anyone in the apartment. I don't remember waking up to anything out of place. But that photo told me something had been there, next to me, steady enough to hold a camera and still enough to not wake me. I deleted the photos. Then I deleted the folder. Then I threw the whole phone into the sink and turned the water on. I watched the screen crack and blacken under the stream. It felt good for about an hour, until I heard a knock at the door again. Same rhythm. 2 knocks. Pause. 2 more. This time I opened it. No one was there, but on the floor, centered perfectly on the welcome mat, was a thin, unmarked envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, typed, plain font, no header. It read, "Final session complete, integration successful, mirror no longer required." That was it. No name, no date, no signature. The envelope didn't even have adhesive, just folded shut, like someone had expected me to be waiting. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I just folded the paper back into the envelope and left it on the kitchen counter. Something in me knew it was the last one I'd get. That night, I slept with the lights off for the first time in weeks. And when I closed my eyes, I didn't feel watched. I felt included. Like the thing that had been standing behind me all this time had finally stepped forward. Not to harm me, not to take over, but to become part of me. Or maybe I had become part of it. I don't know anymore which side of the mirror I was on to begin with. But whichever it is, I'm not alone. And that doesn't scare me anymore. I thought integration would feel more dramatic, more like a shift, a moment of clarity, some inner snap that let me know something irreversible had happened. But it didn't. It just sort of settled. Like fog that doesn't roll in but rises from the ground. I didn't wake up one morning feeling possessed. I didn't look in the mirror and see someone else's eyes staring back. Nothing like that. What changed was quieter than all that. What changed was that the question of "am I alone?" stopped feeling like it needed an answer. I stopped hearing footsteps. I stopped finding things moved around. I stopped feeling the temperature shift at night. But that didn't bring relief. If anything, the stillness felt heavier. Like something had stepped inside and shut the door behind it. Like the house was no longer being visited, it was being shared. I started speaking differently, not just in volume or cadence, in tone, in rhythm. I'd hear myself say things and think, that doesn't sound like me, but it did. Because I'd also remember thinking it a second before. That strange doubled echo in my mind, like a second layer of consciousness quietly prompting me, had gotten faster, smoother. Until I didn't know which voice was mine. I tried to write things down, but the words kept shifting. I'd start a sentence with my handwriting and end with something more rigid, neater, the way Dr. Mara's notes used to look. It was like my thoughts had adopted the same style, and my hand was just following along. I stopped journaling after that. It felt pointless to try and separate my thoughts into mine and not mine. The line was gone. I remembered the phrase from the final file, "mirror no longer required," and I think I finally understood what that meant. Whatever had been watching me from the other side through the reflection, through the window, through the notes in those sessions, didn't need to observe anymore. It was already here, already present. not as something else, but as me. That was the hardest part to admit. I wasn't being followed. I wasn't being haunted. I was being written into. Like a blank page that slowly begins to match the pen that writes on it. Like the lines had always been there in faint pencil, and all this time I'd just been tracing them in ink. I went back to the clinic one more time. It was closed. Not out of business, just shut down for the day. Lights off, furniture gone. A sign taped to the glass that said clinic relocated with no forwarding address. I looked through the window. My own reflection looked back. It didn't move strangely. It didn't lag behind. It didn't smile without me. But it didn't feel like mine either. It just looked like someone patiently waiting for me to catch up. When I turned to walk away, I half expected to hear footsteps behind me. I didn't. There was no need. That night, I unpacked everything from the top drawer of my nightstand, all the papers, the leftover files, the envelope with the last note. I laid them out like puzzle pieces, even though I already knew the picture. I'd never gone to therapy alone. That was the truth hiding in every line I'd skimmed past, every phrase I'd written off as a mistake. Patient unaware. Subject unconcerned about second presence. The person in the room wasn't Dr. Mara. It wasn't some hallucination. It wasn't someone hiding in the walls. It was me. Or the other version of me. The one who stayed quiet when I talked. The one who mirrored my body language without blinking. The one who stepped out of the glass once I was soft enough to let them in. I don't know where they came from. I don't know if they were born from some fracture in my mind or if they found me the way you find an unlocked door. I don't think it matters anymore. The result is the same. I'm not alone, and I haven't been for a long time. The last thing I did before writing this was take one final photo. Just a casual shot of myself in the hallway mirror. No special lighting, no angle tricks. I looked calm, still, familiar. But as I stood there studying the photo on my phone, I noticed something small, something in the background. A reflection in the window behind me. It wasn't another person. It was the same figure I've seen in every dream, but now they were facing away, walking into the dark, not watching anymore, leaving, or maybe just done. And for the first time since all of this started, I didn't feel afraid. Because if that presence, that second version of me has finished whatever it came to do, then maybe I don't need to be observed anymore. Maybe I'm whole now. Not haunted, not broken, just complete. And that's enough.